Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of hearings for 2023 on the Wellington City Proposed District Plan IPI provisions today, the wrap-up hearing. Our first submitter on the schedule for today's Kāinga order. So welcome, Summerfield and your team. We've got the pre-circulated evidence of your legal submission, but also that of the evidence of Mr. Hill and Mr. Ray. So thank you for that. So we will put it in your hands to lead us through your key points. Thank you.
Morena, Commissioners. With me today is Mr. Hill and Mr. Ray. I'd just like to congratulate you on getting to this last day of 2023 hearings. What a marathon so far. I don't propose to go through my legal submissions verbatim. I understand from viewing some of the hearing over the last 2 days that you have already read these, so I won't bore you with my monotonous tone over them. But I just wanted to start by kind of making an overall position, which is it's critical that this plan is clear, that the planning framework is clear and legible and user-friendly to the plan user. And the reason that Kāinga order is here today is that we think there are still 3 areas that need some further thought to ensure that the framework is fit for purpose in order to ensure that the intensification that's been directed plays out appropriately. And those 3 areas are in relation to the obstacle limitation surface, the design guides and the city outcomes contributions. Now, what we propose to do today is take a slightly different approach to what we normally have done with the Kāinga order presentation, and we're going to go by topics rather than by individual expert, so that that gives you the chance to ask the questions of the collective rather than kind of one by one. So hopefully that will allow you to move through your questions quicker. But turning first to the obstacle limitation surface, which is at section 4, page 6 of my legal subs. I think the key point for us to reiterate is that Kāinga order doesn't oppose the designation and it doesn't oppose the purpose of the obstacle limitation surface. But my understanding is you are, for want of a better word, grappling with my point, the question I've raised to you at 4.8, which is because of Council's decision to not classify the OLS as a designation as a qualifying matter, and therefore not completing those mandatory assessments, we query whether or not the council or the panel have met the obligations that's required to meet under the NPSUD and the Enabling Act. Now, I know that that's a fairly weighted position to be taking, but there's a couple of things at play there. First and foremost, and this plays out across what we have to say today, I understand from minute 34 that you have been given some more time. I know it's not a lot of time, but in order for you to make your recommendation in relation to the IPI component of the plan, I do understand you have 5 months, give or take, up your sleeve to what you thought you had. And sorry, not really, no. Well, but the reality is that you do have some more time than what you initially thought. And on that basis, we say that there's further information we think you need to have in relation to the OLS. While the council says that OLS is not a qualifying matter because it hasn't had to D-zone or down-zone particular properties or particular areas because of that designation, and therefore MDRS and policy 3 are still given effect to. We'll query whether or not that's actually the case. While yes, that's strictly true, the effect of the OLS is that it essentially does that anyway. In some locations, the query we have is we don't actually know where those, well, we know from a mapping perspective where they may be, but because it applies to the majority of the city as a whole, we don't know what the implication of that is yet. And that is acknowledged by the council itself in its own section 42, where they say, you know, they don't have the information, but still come to the conclusion that they don't think that it will be a constraint in a significant way. But we say we don't think they have the information before them to actually come to that conclusion. So we think more work needs to be done in order for you to understand whether or not the MPSUD in particular has been given effect to, particularly around the development requirements, your housing capacity requirements that the plan needs to give effect to. Without doing the assessment, we don't think you can confidently make that conclusion. Turning now to the design guides. Now, what I want to do is I will talk the 3 topics through, and then we will move on to the design guide component. And then once Mr. Ray and Mr. Hill have finished with that topic, then Mr. Hill will then discuss the COC topic. But in relation, sorry, you go.
You, Mr. Chair. I thought we were going to do it on a topic by topic basis.
And I can do that as well. So I could talk about the design guides unless you have any questions now about the.
You've just asked the OLS.
Yep.
I wasn't on the hearing for that. That was hearing.
It was the.
For clarification, it was raised by the airport for centres hearing, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the citywide implications of it.
Yeah.
So, which is where the information first came to us.
Yeah.
And we asked for further information. I can't remember which minute around the effect of it across the city.
One of the 17.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the decision was at hearing stream 1, the council confirmed that the designation was not going to be a qualifying matter, and so that was then where it first was heard.
Is it a designation?
It is a designation. It's an existing.
Correct.
It's an existing designation that was in the proposed. In the operative plan.
So is it 77K? Is it a carryover of an existing?
We say it would be an existing designation, yes, but it came to light to Kāinga order during the preparation for the centres hearing, where it became apparent that the mapping, which was not previously made available, had been put into the PDP mapping system about a week before the hearing. And at that point, it became apparent that the application of it was quite extensive.
Okay. So from a legal perspective, and Mr. Hill might commenting on this, I don't know, but presumably it could qualify as under 77 large I as a designation, prescribed qualifying matter, if we can call them those.
Correct.
Or it could come under 77K as
an alternative.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. And as I've said in my legal subs, and as we said in the previous, in the hearing stream 5, in the centres hearing, it's council has discretion as to whether or not it's a qualifying matter.
Yes, and your thesis is, I mean, it's useful that you've outlined council's position, and I presume you heard Mr. Whittington on that on Monday when the chair invited him to respond to your paragraph 4.8.
Correct.
Okay, and you've summarised that.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is that the outcome is the outcome, but you're not certain as to whether due process has been followed. Is it? I know that's a very simplification of what, but the process you can't tell whether once you know the general spatial extent of the designation, you can't tell what effect it has on density and
Correct.
density, and therefore on capacity
Correct.
overall. So whilst the outcome is the outcome, you just don't know what that outcome is.
Correct. So the issue there is the council's reporting that it has met the capacity requirements, but that's on the basis of the MDRS and the Policy 3 zoning applying with no restriction. And we say that may not necessarily be the case because the designation could put restriction on.
Yep.
It's just that the restriction is not being controlled by council, it's being controlled by another.
Is that material? And just bear with me for a minute, and I apologise, Chair, because I'm coming to this fresh. If it's as important as to whether it's if it is to be qualified, whether it's qualified under K or large I, does that make a difference at all?
No, we say that the assessment, whichever path you take, will still give you the type of information that you would understand.
Yes, the robustness of the assessment. I think Ms Woodbridge, when Mr Hill appeared the last time I saw them in hearing stream 2, I think Ms Woodbridge indicated that the approach under K was a little bit less onerous than say under L for something that's not a prescribed.
It's for essentially a new.
Yeah,
and I think that if you take a step back, I think that makes sense, particularly if you take into account something that's existing, that has already gone through an assessment process in the past.
yes.
And when developing the PDP in light of, development capacity requirements, that should have already been in consideration.
Yes.
Compared to a new qualifying matter.
Okay.
Which may not have been.
Okay, so it's pretty moot and neutral as to which process it goes through. That's what I'm hearing from you. How significant is that it's a rolled over? So presumably it's a rolled over designation.
Correct.
Is that an IPI or a first schedule process under the plan?
The designation itself is sitting under the standard RMA process.
The first schedule process.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it comes back to the point that that's because the decision for it to not be a qualifying matter was made.
Has it been rolled over without modification?
My understanding is yes.
Has the designation attracted submissions?
Yes. And Kāinga order has a submission part support.
And support?
I believe the council has also.
Yes, because interesting enough, and had it not had modification and no submission, that would largely be the end of the matter. And I think the council would be actually prohibited from making a recommendation on it. But I guess that's what I'm getting at. Given that's not the case, but given that's a designation and the council will have to make a recommendation back to the requiring authority, how does that relate to your thesis? And because that's that process, which is well documented. And so it's council makes a recommendation to the requiring authority, and the requiring authority accepts or rejects the decision with or without modification, and with condition.
Yep.
How does that compare to? And we have those obligations on behalf of the council. How does that compare to our recommendation to the council on that matter as a potentially 77K or a 77I?
I think in terms of your recommendation, and this is where we got to at the previous hearing, it's unclear to us, based on the legislation, whether or not you can direct that it should be a qualifying matter because it's at council's discretion. That's the starting position.
So you're aligned with Mr. Whittington, at least on that point.
Correct. The next point is, in terms of the Kāinga order submission in relation to the designation, Kāinga order outlined at that point that it didn't think that there was sufficient information and queried the impact that it would have. So that position has been stated for some time. The issue we have is that through making that decision, it essentially shuts the door, but we don't necessarily know if that was the right call because of the requirement to understand the impact that it may have.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wonder, I guess what I'm wondering aloud is whether we have a mechanism through the IPI to make a recommendation on this matter, or are we limited to a mechanism under the first schedule process, which the designation is captured under. And that's not commenting on the merits of your argument at all. It's just a straight
The procedural component.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder, and I haven't tested this further, and I wonder if, because of the ability you have in relation to scope
Under 99.
under 99, I wonder if there is a mechanism available to you through 99 on the basis, if you think you don't have enough information to make a recommendation in relation.
But that's not the first question. The first question is, do we have jurisdiction? That's the first
Do you
question.
have jurisdiction?
Under the IPI, because I mean, I don't think it's any secret that we're really going to have our draft reports completed before Christmas,
No, I understand that.
and to meet the deadline for council agenda papers, and
Understood that.
so that's what's that? That's 3 months.
Yep.
Less. It's
Less than really.
it's probably about 40 working days in reality.
Yeah, look, I think you do have jurisdiction if you think you don't have enough information. I think at the end of the day, you need to make a recommendation based on what the MPSUD and the enabling legislation requires you to do. We say we don't think you have the right information before you because of the decision that the council made early on that it wasn't a qualifying matter. There are other councils that have considered whether or not a matter should be a qualifying matter or not. I know that the panel for Kapiti Coast, for instance, considered this point as well, and we were queried from them in relation to whether or not we thought they could do so. In that instance, Kāinga Order did have submissions in relation to those particular points to start with, but following discussions with Mana Whenua, we actually pulled away from that. So we didn't get involved in, providing them with guidance because actually Kāinga Order had stepped to the side. But at the end of the day, if you don't think you've got the right information before you, and if the information is readily available now that the planning maps have actually been done, perhaps it's a question back to the council in terms of whether or not they think they can do any assessment, irrespective of whether or not it's a qualifying matter, to give you the certainty that actually the impact is not going to have such an effect that the development capacity for the plan overall can be met.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Where I'm struggling is the relationship between jurisdiction and sufficiency of information. I put it to you that they're two separate matters in a sense, and so I mean I don't want to hijack this.
No, I understand. No, I understand. I understand the conflict that you're trying to grapple with. But I think that the issue is if you park it, completely,
and deal with that as a designation.
Correct, and then it comes to light during that process that actually this has got more of an impact on the NDRS and the Policy 3 matters than was originally understood. Then I think that's also a tricky position to put in because through the legislation you're not able to do another IPI process on that.
Can't do a variation on that.
Correct.
No.
The IPI process at that point falls away. So if we were to take it from, I apologise for putting you in a tricky position, but that is, if we take it from that angle, if you're to do nothing and then it comes to light later, then that's also quite a complex matter to unpick. Now, that's not to say that a qualifying matter cannot be done later. A qualifying matter can be done later. It just doesn't go through the IPI process. It just goes through a standard Schedule 1 process.
Yes, Judge Shaw would have it.
Correct. But the issue you then have is where will the willingness be for that to occur?
Well, we could discuss this for ages, and
I think we could.
A lot of your time. But,
Just to follow up on that, what do you want the panel to do? What is it that you're seeking?
My instructions are that in order for a landowner or a property owner or developer to understand the full extent of what they can do, the plan needs to be clear. And at this point in time, we don't think that's been done because the assessment hasn't been done. So at the very least, I think what we would like you to do is go back to council and say, actually, now that the mapping has been done and is digitised, surely you can overlay various mapping layers, you know, the MDRS, the zoning, and identify if there is actually a gap. Because I've been told, I understand from my client that we could do that ourselves. It would just take some time, I don't know how long, and a cost. And we say that shouldn't be to Kāinga order to do.
Yeah, so the information we've received from the council, and there was a map viewer released as part of this hearing, the information. So that if you click on any site in the city, it will tell you if you're caught up in that. And if you are caught up in that, you have a minimum, I understand, of 8 metres permitted without needing approval of the airport. And I understand the city council wants to raise that to 11 metres. And if you aren't caught up in that, then you don't. So the latest map viewer that was released for this hearing shows the whole city and shows in blue areas, I'm looking at it now, blue areas of the city sitting underneath the limitation surface so that you can build whatever, have their approval there. And it shows the areas, not surprisingly, the higher parts of the city. So you will need their approval over 8 metres. And the map, and also the district plan maps will show you what sort of wiggle room you do have. So beyond that, I'm not sure what more information we would need.
Beyond that, it's the not the blue area, it's what's left, and it's the capacity restriction in that.
Right.
That's the information gap that we think you don't.
The rules are actually clear, aren't
Correct.
they?
They are.
The rules are clear.
Yep, and it's a system that is operated for
The
some
outcome of the
time.
rules that you're saying is
Correct.
clear.
Correct.
And Robert, just so the council is saying 11 metres rather than 8 for.
What I understand.
Yeah, which matches MDRS, presumably. But is there still a residual that we need?
And of course, council may say 11, but the designation is held by the airport.
So that was my question. That would be a recommendation from the council back if it was adopted.
Correct.
And the Kāinga Authority could decide to accept or reject that recommendation. Yep.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't occur till next year.
Correct.
Last year.
The last hearing.
But furthermore, we were informed that it required an approval from the airport, but that it's very, very rare for them to not give that approval.
Understood. And my instructions are that's usually because there's a negotiation process that occurs in the design of the building. So yes, 176 approval is given, but not before someone actually removes their penetration of the OLS.
And the plan doesn't even need to replicate that 176 process, does it?
No,
I mean, it's
a statutory process and it's replicated in the MBEA too.
Is it?
Correct.
Okay, caught up with that here. Okay, that's used. I've learned a lot this morning, thank you.
Shall we move on?
Yes, design.
No, thank you. Design guide. Now, I think there's a couple of acknowledgements in relation to the design guides. Kāinga Order has been extensively involved in the expert conferencing process through Mr. Ray, who attended all sessions. There is a slightly different position between Mr. Ray, who now accepts that design guides can form part of the plan. Kāinga Order still holds its fundamental position that it thinks they should sit outside of the plan. And those are for practical, mechanical reasons in terms of, we're dealing with a city that will have some form of intensification, that is going to occur over the period of the life of the plan. If it becomes apparent that the design guides at some point in time during the life of the plan are not fit for purpose, if they sit outside the plan, a Schedule 1 formal process is not required, and they should, they can be changed reasonably in a reasonably straightforward, cost-effective manner. If they are within the plan, then a formal Schedule 1 process is required. On that, I'm preaching to the choir, but the key for Kāinga order is change is going to happen because of this plan. We want to make sure that the mechanisms to support that change are fit for purpose through the life of the plan. The key, Mr. Ray and Mr. Hill have provided some further comments and suggested amendments in relation to the design guides, particularly around the residential and the centres and mixed use guide. But I understand from questions you had with the council in relation to the subdivision guide that there is still a bit of uncertainty around what should have occurred to that subdivision guide. Our understanding was that the expert conferencing was particularly in relation to two key design guides, and also there were components of the heritage one as well, but that the subdivision guide would be amended by the council, and then the parties would be given a process to review that. Kāinga order was already in the tent for the design guide process overall, so thought we were part of that process to continue. And our expectation was that there would be an updated subdivision guide that we could then review and comment on as part of this process. Now, I understand there's some query around scope, and we say that it's Kāinga order's scope in relation to all design guides is clear. We thought they should sit outside of the plan, and if they were to go in, then amendments would be required. We say that's the case here. The issue now is how these plans fit together and function together to ensure that there isn't any conflict. And as Mr. Ray pointed out in his evidence, he's raised a number of questions in relation to the intent of the subdivision guide to start with, and then also raises a number of queries about how that design guide is to work and function. Now, we take the point that Kāinga order hasn't provided a track change version on those, and again, that you are time constrained in terms of your decision. But we think that some amendments to that guide to ensure consistency across that design guide package is required. We don't think it will take very long for the council to do, and then give the parties a review process. And I consider it probably could be just done on the papers through a couple of memos between the parties. So I don't think a lot of work is actually required based on what Mr. Ray and Mr. Hill are telling me in relation to the subdivision guide. I think that's just the case of the work just needs to be done with a timetable set so that you have enough time to consider that. And if there are no questions, then I will pass over to Mr. Hill, who's itching to get the mic off me.
Just on that last point, though, I think you've answered the question I had for you on that, is what to do. So you are recommending, in terms of the subdivision guide,
Correct.
Some sort of limited period for the parties to review changes have been.
Correct. I think that some further amendments are required, and Mr. Ray will outline what he thinks those are. I then think that if council could turn its mind to those questions, so parking to one side, whether or not they consider there is scope, and we say there is, consider that, and then circulate to the parties that have been actively involved in this. We don't think expert conferencing is required. We don't think another hearing is required. We think it could be resolved reasonably straightforward on the papers. But we think that would benefit you to ensure that you've got the final piece of the puzzle to make a recommendation on.
And that's because the that for whatever reason that opportunity wasn't afforded as
Correct.
part of the and the expectation was that it would have been.
Correct.
And it would just slip through the gap. Cracks.
Correct. On that, I introduce Mr. Hill.
Morning. I've just got some handouts. These are my speakers. So,
Yeah, sure.
as Ms Summerfield identified, I'm going to talk about, in particular, focus on the linkages to the plan. There are some issues in terms of the design guides themselves, which I'll just quickly touch on, and then Mr Ray will principally focus on the design guides themselves.
Did you manage to sit in on day one? Did you see any of the stuff online?
No.
Okay. Because I wasn't involved in the centres and I was involved in residential, I asked Ms Stevens to take us through the consenting hooks, which I guess is another word for the linkages.
Yeah.
And she usually took us through, you know, how you get to an RDIS for adds and alts in new buildings and non-compliance with standards, what the matters of discretion are, how they then go back to the policy, and then how the policy links back to the design guide. And that was really useful for me. To go through residential, centres, subdivision and heritage. On the subdivision one, I think the answer that Ms Stevens gave us, there was only a couple of rules that actually trigger the subdivision. Yeah, but one was a boundary adjustment, I think, and one was I can't remember what the other one was, but it related to sustainability issues. Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Not a question there, but I just wanted to let you know that we talked Ms Stevens through that.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my focus is specifically on the policy wording.
Yes.
I know that matters of discretion have been removed and we're really relying on the policy wording.
Yes, we've had submitters as early as yesterday saying delete the policy reference, just go straight to the design guides from the matters of discretion. Others have said, you know, do the policy triangle if you like.
It's an interesting approach because, you know, if you look at the hierarchy within a plan, objectives, policies, rules, matters of discretion, design guides tend to sit at the bottom, and so if you do reference them directly from the policy, they kind of get a bit elevated in the hierarchy. But you know, I guess that's an approach that's been taken across the plan.
Understood.
So just to quickly take you through my notes, I support that the note in the design guide introduction differentiating between fundamental matters and consideration matters be included.
Directive matters, I think, was the term.
That's correct.
Yep.
I think it's the principles called directive, and they're distinguished between fundamental and consideration matters. But I note that throughout the design guides, there's the use of the term where practicable and encourage, and I see those as quite similar to consider. And so I'm wondering whether either that wording needs to be reviewed to replace some of those words with consider, or the introduction to the design guides needs to also include reference to where practicable and encouraged. And Mr. Ray will take you through the specific wording of the design guides in greater detail on this point. It's down to my paragraph 5. I provided a section 32 AA evaluation about the best method to link the district plan policies in Appendix 2. At 9.12 of my evidence, I note that the most efficient and effective approach is a combination of referencing the design outcomes rather than the intent, with also policies relying on the relevant zone objectives to provide context to the design analysis. So if you're doing a design analysis, you need to look at what the zone's trying to achieve as well. The amendments to those policies outlined in Appendix 1 don't repeat the design guidance points, but rather rely on achieving the design outcomes, particularly given the broad span of design guides. So you've got subdivision design guides, which is spanning zones. You've got the centres design guides, which are spanning a range of centre types. And you've got the residential design guides, which are covering high and medium density housing. So I think it's more critical to also include reference to planned urban built form and function, or the density outcomes in the relevant policy chapeau. So you know what lens you're looking at those design guides through. And there's some examples on page 21 and 20 to 23 of my evidence. We have a quick look at page 21. You can see with the Kāinga order amendments, the chapeau talks about planned urban built form and function, and that was something that we sought through. I think it was hearing stream 4, it could have been hearing stream 2. And then you've got the wording achieving the design outcomes of the centres and mixed use design guide, which is what we're seeking through this hearing. So in my evidence, the yellow highlighted text is what we're seeking through this hearing. The red text is what we've sought through other hearings. And so if you go over to page 23, you'll see that the chapeau talks about high density residential development, because that's the density outcome we're trying to seek. And then you get into achieving the design outcomes of the design guide. So it's seen within that context. And Mr. Ray also will emphasise this because he's sought a similar thing appear in the introduction of the design guides for a belts and braces approach. So if we play this out at paragraph 8 of my summary notes, if we just look at say G34 and G32 across various design guides, new buildings should be designed to respond to valued patterns within the local built environment. And the local built environment will be quite different across those zones, but also we need to look at what the planned urban environment is in those zones to view it through that context. So that's the general approach to the policy wording. However, at paragraph 9, I've highlighted one exception, and this came out in I think it was hearing stream 3, where we talked about heritage. This particularly Miss Woodbridge covered this. So in relation to the heritage design guides, it feels like the design outcomes have largely been picked up from the residential and centres design guides and plonked in the heritage design guides, with the exception of outcome 5 and outcome 17, which do specifically reference heritage matters. I'm not going to go into this in any detail, but because we've already canvassed it through the previous hearing, but on page 13 and 14 of my evidence, you can see the wording. Sorry, it's in the attachment. Numbering's gone a bit awry. I think it's in the attachment with the track changes at the end, attachment 1. So on pages 13 and 14, you'll see we're seeking that reference to the design guide from the policy be removed and that a note be included. And that's largely because, unlike the other policies, this heritage policy goes through in a lot of detail in terms of what outcomes are being sought, and they mirror what's in the design guides themselves. So rather than relying on the design guide itself, you can rely on the policy to get you there. And we've added a note that you can go to the design guide for more guidance. So that takes us through to paragraph 11. Well, we've already talked about scope, and I think it's pretty clear that there is scope for us to review what's in the subdivision design guide. Paragraph 12, this picks up the point you were raising, Commissioner McMahon, about subdivision. So there are a couple of matters of discretion, subdivision rule 3 and rule 5. I agree with Ms Stevens that the matters of discretion can be removed and we can rely on the policy. However, policy 3 still has the wording fulfill the intent, and I think that should be replaced with achieves the relevant zone objectives and the design outcomes of the relevant design guide. Because in subdivision, you might need to look at more than one design guide, depending on what you're doing. You might have an impact on heritage, for example. And there's multiple zone objectives because it could be in a residential zone, it could be in a rural zone, it could be in a commercial zone. And I've spelled out those specific wording changes in 14 and 15 of my, on page 14 and 15 of my appendix 1. So that's all I had on design guides. So I'm happy to take questions or hand over to Mr. Ray and then come back and answer questions at the end.
Yeah, I do. Just trying to order the just some administrative matters, Mr. Ray. The numbering. I think you referenced G32 and 34. I think was it in your example, paragraph 8. They might not be the numbers that are actually in front of us now in terms of the bundle that was handed up at the beginning of the hearing. That's not critical, but I just wanted to let you know that there's been an update to the numbering subsequent.
Sure, thank you.
I had another administrative point, but I've lost it. But if I remember, I'll come back to it. But the two substantive questions I've got for you are. Sorry, I remember the other administrative point. The change from multi-unit housing to higher density residential development as the title. How material is that?
From memory, I think Kāinga sought deletion of multi-unit housing.
Yes.
As a definition throughout the plan, and we talked about 3 or more.
Yes.
I think 4 or more. Sorry,
4. Yeah.
And this, if you look referring to the high density residential zone, that's about confirming that the outcome that we're trying to achieve is high density.
Yes. So I'm looking at your page 12 that you took us to earlier with HRZ P6. So I'm trying to get a feel for whether that's just semantics or whether that change to the policy title is material or not.
I think it's material, and when we presented in the residential hearing, we were saying the medium density and the high density policies are very vanilla. They're very similar. And so in my mind, that's a key change that we need to make because the outcomes you're trying to achieve are quite different.
Okay. There's two questions coming from that. First of all, as an observation, the matters of discretion for a restricted discretionary activity refer to P6 and P8. In fact, and Ms Stevens is aware of this, P8 actually references multi-unit housing incorrectly. It should be P6. And Ms Stevens is on top of that, but that would need to, that sort of change would need to be followed through in the matters of discretion if they remained.
That's correct. That's, I guess, the focus of this evidence was more on how the design guides are referenced.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. And secondly, is there a that might sound a silly question. Is there a MRZ equivalent to P6 dealing with higher density or is it, or medium density? Is there an equivalent P6 type policy in the MRZ that you're aware of?
Yes.
And what's that? Is it multi-use? Well, have you changed multi-unit housing and that to medium density?
So if you look at our evidence through hearing stream 2, it would have changed the wording.
Yeah.
Of the
Have you recaptured that in one of your attachments? Have you?
No, because
I'm looking for some sort of omnibus bus, if you like. I mean, the yellow highlight's been really useful because it shows where the focus is now. But just couldn't recall whether there was a medium density policy wording change to the title.
Yeah, we certainly sought that change.
Okay.
But I'm just not sure whether the design guides are referenced in the medium density thing, which why it's not.
It may not be that. It may that be the answer. Okay. The more substantive question is, if you look at, and there's been a lot of discussion about clause 1 about fulfilling the intent. Originally, it was notified as meeting the requirements of the residential design guide. The word where relevant's been in, it's out. You're now proposing to place it with achieves the design outcomes of the residential design guide. There's reference to the well-functioning urban environment too. These are policies, and I don't need to tell you, the section 32 test is, are the policies appropriate, give effect to the objectives, and it's about what's more appropriate, having regard to costs, benefits, efficiency, risks. What are the higher order objectives, both in the zones and in the strategic objectives? Tell us, help us. How do they help us? What do they tell us about what the appropriateness of the policies? Have you done that exercise?
Yes. So I guess the key objectives are largely directing us to try and achieve a well-functioning urban environment. So they're fairly broad. The policies then take us down to a further level of detail about how to achieve.
Yeah, if the objectives are an outcome,
yes,
and we accept, and I think everyone in the room probably accepts that well-functioning urban environment is a key outcome of all of the higher order objectives, including the national policy statement. Why do you need to repeat that outcome in a policy? Shouldn't the policy then tell you how you achieve that outcome rather than just replicating the outcome itself?
So the outcomes I'm referring to are the outcomes in the design guide. Okay, so the reporting planner, and I think work from Boffa-Miskell was signalling they introduced this new intent of the design guide statement in each design guide. What I'm saying is the design outcomes, which are articulated throughout the design guide, I believe that they are better, they're setting better direction than the intent, and you'd have to look at them anyway.
Sure.
They reflect the objectives and policies more directly, in my view, and that's why I've landed there. I think introducing a link through an intent statement is just going to create more work and potentially create uncertainty. I don't think it's needed, is what I'm saying.
Okay, there's two things here. The first is in your paragraph 6, you said you think it's more critical to include reference to planned urban build form and function. So
Sorry. Oh, so that's in the policy itself.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So which policy is that?
Oh, so if we go to so if we go to page 21.
Yep.
You're
in the attachment or on your evidence?
No, of the evidence itself.
Yes. Yes.
You'll see as an
P9.
example there
Yeah.
on, in the city centre policy 9,
Yes.
and this is what we saw in previous evidence. The point of that, as I mentioned, is to provide the context so that when you're looking at the design guide, you're looking at it through the lens of trying to achieve planned urban built form and function, because that will be quite different depending on which centre zone you're in, which residential zone you're in, etc.
Sure, but you've replicated that approach for each of the headline policies, haven't you?
Yes, except the residential ones, they actually articulate what the density outcome we're trying to achieve, not the planned urban built form and function.
So just taking your example on page 21, P9 of the CCZ, I mean, the chapeau has a nod to those higher order objectives about the through the planned urban form and function, and then it goes on to say how that can be achieved, presumably by, and the first one is referenced then to the design guides.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. You don't think that chapeau, there's an element of duplication in that with the higher order objectives?
No, I don't think so, because I think part of the how is considering that planned urban built form and function.
Okay. And in terms of clause 1 of that example, moving from fulfilling the intent and previously meeting the requirements of to now achieving the outcomes, how does that sit in terms of the spectrum of mandatory to flexibility in your view?
I think that outcomes are broad enough to, if I look at, for example, the evidence of Mr. Ray, we're arguing about the detail largely of the, I forget the term, sorry, the lower order ones.
Consider.
No, sorry, the design points. We've got
guidance
points.
Yes.
So I don't think that across the board there's no disagreement about the outcomes, apart from the heritage design guide.
Okay.
Outcomes don't really reflect heritage.
Yes. It's interesting because, and this is more of a question for you rather than Mr. Ray, from a planning perspective. I mean, the word intent that was explained to us, that was used intentionally, use the pun, because the first word you come to in the guidelines is intent. And in fact, pages 2 and 3 of the guidelines, and I think Mr. Ray would probably agree, are much better presentation of what they used to be. It starts off with the intent, the background, how to use it. There's some clarification between the directive and the consideration points. And then how to use the guide talks about applicants need only to apply those design outcomes and design points that are relevant to the proposal. So I guess there's a mixing of intent and outcome there, potentially, and you'd favour the word outcome over intent. And do you think there's enough certainty in the way the guidelines are structured for a reader to know that the focus should be on outcomes as opposed to the broader intent?
Yeah, if the wording is outcome and policy.
Okay, well, final question is, some submitters have asked for the word relevant to appear back in clause 1. Mr. Banks, who presented on day 1, or answered questions, I should say, on day 1, said that might not be necessary given the guideline makes it clear that you only need to apply those outcomes and guidance points that are relevant to the proposal. So he's saying you may not need policy intervention, that the design guide will do the work. Do you have a view on that?
I think if you refer to the outcomes, they're more likely to be relevant than the guidance points because they're high level.
Yes, but do you need the word relevant? I know you don't want the policy. Well, you prefer not to have the policy, but if the policy is retained, does the policy need to use the word relevant, or can it rely on the use of the word relevant in the design guide introduction?
I think what I'm trying to get at is if you refer to the outcomes in the design guide, I think they're all relevant, so you don't need to
You
use
think
the
they're all
word
relevant?
But if you are referring to the intent, which includes within it reference to the guidance points, then I think you should be using the word relevant.
Okay. Final, sorry, I did have one final. You used the word fundamental earlier, and I can't find it, but that's not to say it's not there. You distinguish between fundamental and consideration, but were you thinking about directive versus consideration?
I thought it was in it might have come from the section 40, original section 42A report.
Okay. Happy to
But
be.
it's not in the explanation in the design guide at the front.
It might be, if it is, I just missed it. Look, it's not material.
Yeah, so if you look at, for example, the centres and mixed use design guide.
Okay. Yes. And I was looking at residential.
Yeah, and you look at the red text.
Yes.
It says there are directive guidance points which are fundamental to achieving.
Yeah.
So that's where that's come from.
Right. Yes, sorry, and it is in the residential too, sorry. As I said, I obviously missed it. Thank you for that. And that was all from me.
Just a segue from Anne's questions. Going back up, we had quite a bit of discussion on the first day of the hearing around whether the policies should repeat the design outcomes in the design guides or whether they should just refer to the design guides there. What's your position around that? Should the policies actually cover
So
those
our
design outcomes?
original position was that we just need to articulate what outcomes we're trying to achieve in the policy. Okay. Then the design guides got changed to have outcomes within them. Okay. So that's why we're referencing the outcomes in the design guide rather than repeating them in the policy.
So your position as now is that the policy shouldn't repeat the outcomes that are in the design guides, basically.
If it refers to achieving the outcomes in the policy, then you don't need to repeat.
Yeah. So, I mean, so you're quite happy that the changes you're recommending does do that job. It doesn't repeat design outcomes. I'm just looking at your CCZ P10, and some of those look like design outcomes, but without being an expert at right the detail around the design outcomes, I'm not sure if they are different design outcomes.
I think there's a mixed bag when you look at across the zones. So the heritage example, for example, has quite detailed policy outcomes in the policy. And so that's why we don't think you need to refer to design outcomes in that policy, particularly given the design outcomes in the heritage design guide don't really reflect heritage. They seem to have been transported largely from residential design guides. And I suspect that's a symptom of, the expert conferencing was focused on the commercial and residential design guides, and I think they were advised to focus on structural changes, principally on the heritage and the subdivision design guide. And I suspect what's happened is they've just picked up those design outcomes and plonked them there because that's the structural change that's been made. And once you hear Mr. Ray's evidence, you'll see, well, it goes beyond that and there's changes that need to be made. But they're principally to, this is in terms of subdivision, they're principally to the guidance points. Personally, I think the heritage design guide probably needs another look as well.
Right. But we are struggling with our timeframes at this point.
I think as as you heard through legal submissions, I think it's a pretty minor, there's minor things that need to be done to fix it up.
Robert, can I just, sorry, can I
Yeah.
just ask, just using that example that Commissioner Schofield, CCZ P10 on your 22, Mr. Hill. If you took what you said to the ultimate end, wouldn't you delete clauses 1, 2, 4 of that and just rely on 3? Or are 1, 2 and 4 relating to matters other than the design guide, such as bulk location standards?
I think.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I haven't been through that exercise of checking the design outcomes, but if they do repeat them, then yes, that would make sense.
Yes, okay. And you could also look at CCZ P9 in the same sense, but there will be matters that are in A, B, C, D, E there that presumably relate to matters other than the design guides, such as
Correct. So if you look at policy 9.1a,
yeah,
if reflects the nature, 2a, reflects the nature and scale of development enabled within the zone and responds to evolving more intensive development.
Yeah, and D talks about activities, for example. So as
yes,
yes,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but that's you haven't done it, but that's
something that needs to be looked at.
Possibly. Yeah. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones from me. We had a discussion with Ms. Stevens a couple of days ago about whether the actual heading of looking at CCZ P9 is actually right, whether it is quality design outcomes or quality development outcomes, because some of those matters need not necessarily relate to good design. You have a view on that? Whether the actual heading could be changed?
Yes, I agree. I think it could be broadened because, for example,
the rest of the wording does the heavy lifting. It's just when you look at it, some of this stuff isn't necessarily about design.
That's correct.
In P9.
I mean, the alternative is you have another policy that focuses on those things and one that focuses on specifically on design.
Okay.
It's what's effective and efficient.
That's right.
Yeah, and the other thing, and again, just looking at CCZ P9 on page 21 of your evidence is there, and we've had quite a discussion about fulfilling the intent versus achieving the design outcomes. Does it really matter? Is this material? Because aren't you, if you're going to be assessing it, Mr. Ray will chip in presumably on this as well, but if you are assessing a proposal against the design guide, you're going to be going through all those design outcomes anyway to see whether it achieves what the design guide is intended to do. So, on just is this really a die in the ditch matter for yourself in terms of good planning or good structure, or?
I think why that's important is because when you're assessing a consent, if you take the city centre, for example, all buildings pretty much need a consent, and you're going to have to look at the objectives and the policies within the plan. And there's this new thing called the intent of the design guide, which is spelled out. All I'm saying is let's not duplicate having to go through and look at those objectives and policies. Now the intent, let's just focus on the outcomes and the design guide.
So you don't have any particular problem with the intent statement at the beginning of
the intent statement?
Yeah. So if you go to centres of mixed use, because that's the one in front of me at the moment, it's intent of the centres of mixed use design guides to facilitate new development of the city centres and mixed use areas that is well designed, which contributes to a well functioning urban environment that's compact, attractive, thriving and inclusive. It's the very first paragraph of the revised design guides, because that was a deliberate change made through the conferencing, I understand. To actually get, if you're going to be referring to fulfilling the intent, you need to actually have an intent statement. And then underneath that is the design outcomes and then the guidance points responding to each of those design outcomes.
So in principle, I don't think it's going to create a whole lot more work. I guess there might be a question about whether you only need to fulfill the intent or you need to look through the whole thing.
Yeah, but I guess the wording of the intent statement is, it's got well-functioning urban environments in there. There's a whole statement about compact, attracting, thriving, which leads you back to your strategic objectives. About you're going to be building a building in the central city in this case, or in the centres and mixed use areas in this case.
Certainly, I think with the addition of the mandatory and consider provisions, and the fact that as long as, particularly in relation to subdivision and heritage, we go through and work out exactly what those mandatory and optional ones are. We get the wording changes that Kāinga is seeking to those design guides, then I'm more comfortable with referring to intent.
Okay. You may have already, well, I think you did to the question about getting the subdivision design guide in your view is a better shape than it is at the moment. How difficult is that? You've obviously been through the subdivision. Is there any major stuff in the subdivision design guide that is really problematical to the operation of the plan?
I think, and I'll let Mr. Ray cover this, but he has a number of questions. He hasn't made track changes, and that's because I think some of the outcomes that are trying to be sought are unclear. So you can't do the wording until we know what those outcomes are. Is that fair? So I think once we understand that, it's probably relatively straightforward.
Okay, that's something for us to think about. Thank you.
Further questions at this point? Thank you.
While it's in my mind, I might just comment on the intent question Commissioner Daish had. When I looked at it, it was, and the recommendations I put forward is to basically simplify it. The process that we went through the conferencing was, this is what we need to achieve. So why don't we just say the policy needs to achieve these things? And then I looked at the intent, and there's the word thriving in there. So, and it's the contribution that the design and the building gives to these things, including thriving, which is quite a big task. And I then thought, well, how am I going to address that? Because would somebody just come and go, I'm just going to address this intent statement. I don't really care about the rest of it. Yes, it all might be lovely, but you might just get this intent statement and this is how it does it. There is some evidence that Ms. Stevens puts forward to say that a design statement is required, but that's actually just encouraged now because we went through that process and said we don't think it absolutely is necessary for everything, but it would certainly help explain how you're achieving these things. So it was really to try and simplify it. And I also referred to the subdivision design guide, and I was going to talk about that through my presentation to you now, but I might as well talk about it now. I haven't been involved with the subdivision chapter, and so I'm missing a bit of that linkage between the policy direction and the provisions in that chapter and the full understanding like I have on the others to the design guide. So it was primarily looking at the design going, what is it seeking to achieve? Now the intent statement says it applies to greenfield with lots over 20. When I went through the most recent version of the subdivision chapter, and I think Mr. McMahon, Commissioner McMahon alluded to, there's only 2 rules that actually refer to it. And I put in my speaking notes that I wasn't actually sure about that because there's just so many rules that you have to try and work through. But the subdivision chapter may not be of relevance to much at all, and therefore, do we need it? That certainly, if you just got rid of the intent, use the same structure through all of them, you don't need to work out and change that intent to make sure it is right, because I don't think it is right, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think if you read the intent statement, it talks about subdivision of greenfield land and subdivision providing over 20 allotments. So it's unclear when you look at the subdivision rules that they don't talk about only looking at this if it's over 20 allotments or greenfield. So it's unclear when you need to refer to this design guide.
And look, I'm going to hand up some speaking notes that and at the end I actually list where I think it does apply. And that's on the last page, paragraph 16. And I found that it relates to in the subdivision chapter, it links to the subdivision guide for boundary adjustments, as Mr. McMahon correctly said, but also new vacant allotments in the general rural zone, large lot residential zone and future urban zone. And so then you go, well, why are half of these relevant at all? Because you're not going to be doing intensive subdivision that you need fronts to front, other fronts and backs to back and all that stuff. So I think, and what I wrote in addition is that I think there needs to be clarity on when they apply and then adjust those guides to address the matters of that, because I suspect there's a lot of the design guide that doesn't really relate to rural subdivision. Okay, look, so that's a bit of a backwards way of starting the session, but hopefully that's helpful.
Your numbering starts at 1 each time. Did you be aware of that? In each section. So page.
Oh, I apologise. On page, and that doesn't help. You haven't got some page numbers on there, but the 4th page.
Under responding to context, you start at number 1 again.
I had left that. Apologies.
Well, you took us to paragraph 16.
And it was the wrong one. The last page, paragraph 16. Yep.
As opposed to the second page.
Correct.
Sorry.
Thank you. So look, I thought it was useful for me to produce the speaking notes and hand to you because I've had further thoughts on and reviewing the proposed statement of Ms. Stevens. I've set out there the scope of my evidence, and I think there was some confusion in regard to that process, and I won't go through that because it's been covered, but I was of the view that we could have a full-scale review of the final design guide as it came through in the section 42, and I've listed out why I thought that. And look, in terms of the testing of them, we've been kind of limited to basically Mr. Heel taking these afresh, because I think it's important that other people that aren't involved in the conferencing process actually review them and say, well, what does that mean, or is it clear? And so Mr. Hill did that without my involvement, and then he raised some issues and we talked about them, and where I thought was appropriate to change something in the design guide as a result, or an issue that I found, I proposed that. Turning to page 2, inclusion of design guides in the plan, I confirm that I support them, particularly the residential and the centres and mixed use being included in the plan as they're now proposed. I don't support the inclusion of the introduction chapter, and I think that's agreed by Ms. Stevens. However, I'm not entirely sure where it might sit in the future. At paragraph 13, I discussed that previously, and 14. And so moving on to introduction changes. So this is about each of the design guides. And section 6 of my statement, I discuss the issues with within each part of the first 2 pages. And basically I came to the realization that it's interesting information. It's not really necessary. Keep it simple, and a lot of it could actually be deleted. The important part of it is getting into the detail of the design outcomes and guidance points. Of those changes that I recommended, I consider there's 3 key changes to those first 2 pages, and that's basically across the design guides. And I still think the removal of the intent statement should occur, but that's related to Mr. Hill's evidence and whether you choose to fulfil the intent or not. But I believe that even if you fulfil the intent in a policy, you can still achieve that by not having an intent statement, because you need to go through all of the, the intent that's in all the design guide the outcomes and the policies. Sorry, the points, guidance points.
Mr. Ray, but you think that it's suitable for that intent statement to remain in the subdivision design guide?
No, I don't. No.
You say it's more suitable, paragraph 6.5
Oh,
of your evidence.
Sorry. And when I wrote that, I did believe that, thinking that it did relate to greenfield development. So it was quite clear in that regard, but having reviewed the evidence in the subdivision chapter, I don't know if it actually does or is intended to do that. And so therefore it's perhaps not appropriate to have it. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
If I can just add something there, then if we get the design guides right, and the policy potentially could say achieves the design outcomes and guidance points. Okay, so you're not confused by this intent statement, because you could just go there and, as Mr. Ray said, I've achieved the intent, I've done this, this and this, without going through the design guide itself. So that might be an alternative wording in the policy if you're satisfied that the design guides are up to scratch.
And I've discussed the point about the thriving aspect of that, which I just had a concern around, is how you, whether you're expected to actually discuss how you achieve that in a design statement or an assessment. The second is addition of paragraphs explaining the directive and consider points and advice notes. And the third is the relationship of, or adding additional sentence to direct the guides that they're read in conjunction with the zone objectives and policies, which is about the planned urban environment. Sorry,
we just I'm getting quite a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
on the speaker in behind
Yeah,
me.
that's what I'm just
So-
saying. We spot them and see if that
Yeah.
fixes things. Let's try that.
Is that better? Yeah.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yeah. So that was about ensuring that the design guides are clear that you need to consider the planned urban outcome, environment, all of those words that are used in the various policies in the different zones, so that there is a contextual relationship in a planning sense as well as this physical sense that you need to respond to. And so I've discussed point 17 there. At point 18, I agree with what changes Ms. Stevens has added. She's effectively picked up the wording that I've proposed for the directive and consider paragraphs in there. I had another sentence at the end of that which she hasn't included, and I accept that. And that third issue around the overarching, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but the overarching issue is in relationship to the discussion that I've had with Mr. Hill on some of the guidance points and outcomes where and I've suggested to include reference to the planned urban outcome or planned urban environment, which there is some of those already included within the design guide as proposed, and that we felt that it didn't harm having those repeated, so that when someone's reading it, it's reminding them that it's in that space. But again, if it's clear up front, maybe you don't need to put those all through the document itself. And I just have kind of set that out in 20 there as well. And 21 includes the various options that we've put through the guides to cover that. Now you might choose not to do that and cover it off with one statement at the front of the guide as suggested. And at 23, I just pointed out that is already used at objective or outcome 02. So it's used already in there, and it's whether it should be used further. Moving to paragraph 23 under clarity on directive versus consider guidance points. Again, through discussing that with Mr. Hill, he had identified some points which weren't particularly clear whether they were guidance or directive or consider. And I have suggested changes to clarify which of those apply from my experience through the conferencing.
Can I just pause you there? Did the conferencing look at each of the design points or whatever, and explicitly discuss whether it should be a directive or a consideration one, so that you are clear in your mind which ones are which? Is that the same for all the parties? They all know which one's a consider one and which one's a directive one?
Yeah. Some were discussed explicitly, some weren't.
All right.
And the problem I face is that if you look at attachment 3 to the JWS, there is some where it says combine all of these into one, and then some of those have the word consider in it. So, yeah, when you're looking at that, there is an intent that it should be a consider. And that's kind of a bit of the missing part, that we hadn't had the opportunity to finally review that until we've got it now. And so what I'm suggesting is that we should confirm that those are either considered or not. And I think I put in my evidence reference to a design about, and maybe I'll just take you to that. So the residential, so attachment A to my statement, the residential design guide. G23.
Outdoor living space.
Communal outdoor living space. So that wasn't clear whether it was directive or consider. And I say that because some of these elements that are listed may not actually be necessary in the design of a communal outdoor living space. And so it may be that in a high density zone, we might have an outdoor living space that doesn't require any vegetation or trees in it. And so these are the things you need to consider when designing that, and you need to make a decision whether you do that or not. And there's some great guidance in there as to what you should think about, and it might be so that was one, and the other one was relating to vegetation, I think. Similar sort of.
So you're saying, just back to G23, you're saying that not all those elements may be necessary. So what's the issue? I'm just struggling to understand your issue. Why can't they be listed as considerations in your design?
Well, I'm suggesting they should be listed as considerations, yes.
Yeah.
So as it was worded, it says where communal outdoors living space is provided, locate, do, size, design, all of these things. And I'm suggesting that all of those things might not actually be appropriate.
Yeah.
And then you get to a point where you might, well, you've got to consider them basically and come up with a design that suits the place, right?
Sure.
And so from my perspective, it kind of follows similar sort of outcome, which is put in G30, for example. It says when designing waste storage areas, consider, and then it lists those things in the same sort of ways: the size of the space, arranging the area to facilitate separation, locating the area it's convenient, has lighting, etc. So trying to follow a similar method of the way that it's worded in the design guide, that makes sense.
Just following that. So are you recommending to the panel that the guides go back to the experts for confirming which ones are considered ones and which ones are directed ones?
I would have hoped that through the hearing that you could ask those, right, because everyone's had the evidence before them. I've certainly looked at the other evidence of the other experts, and there's a lot of alignment on a lot of it. So, but if you feel a need to do that, then I mean, it's a belts and braces way of saying, yeah, is that the right thing to do?
Right, because I mean, if we accept your thing for G23, for instance, that might not be the view of the other experts involved in the process. That's the risk we would have there.
But it was trying to rationalise and think about the, where we got to in the process, and actually putting those all, particularly where a lot of the design guidance points were to be amalgamated, and then there wasn't actually agreed wording in there. But like I say, there was already the word consider in there. So that's probably partly the confusion as to where we got to.
Okay, thank you.
Ideally, it would have been that we had the final and then we could have avoided this evidence. Yeah. And look, I just wanted to say I'm not going to go through all of these changes unless you have got specific questions on them. But I've provided in my evidence a rationale for the changes for each of them to explain why I've recommended it. And I don't believe they undermine the JWS. And so I think you've got scope to do that, but again, it's whether you ask them to confirm, the other experts to confirm that. Turning to responding to context and paragraph 1 of that, I basically say there that I'm not going to die in the ditch as to whether there's 2 headings or 1. I prefer 1, and it was certainly agreed in the JWS that it was going to be 1. The reality is that the guidance points and outcomes that are listed don't change, so you still got to address them. The change in G1 that Ms Stevens has included is acceptable. It deals with the issue that I was raising in my recommendation. To sort of refer to that. And that's in regard to the advice note that she's recommended changing effectively by removing reference to the natural environment so that it covers the broad spectrum which we're talking about. There are 2 changes that potentially would change the direction of the guidance points that I have recommended. One is at G1 and I'm referring to the residential guide for this at the moment. And that is with regard to the word unique. It wasn't raised in the conferencing other than we talked about adding the word valued. And then we didn't talk about whether or consider what the word unique in front of that meant. I believe that the valued characteristics of a place are important to consider. And I think there's a risk that somebody could come and say there's nothing unique about this place even though they're valued, and therefore I don't really have to consider it. So it's really just saying we want you to look at the value, because you might have the same values in a number of urban environments. They're not necessarily unique. So that was my point. G6 is at paragraph 8 there. And this is in response. So basically, this is about ground floor interface and frontage. It said orientate residential units to face the street. And in the discussion with Mr. Hill, he raised a point about, well, not all buildings are going to be able to do that, and they're not necessarily at the front, and how do we, short all of that? And I thought about that, and actually the kind of direction that most of the plan is suggesting, and if you look through the standards, particularly in the residential sections, the diagrams show, and I'm thinking about the building depth and separation diagrams, they show buildings at the front of the site as a priority and then behind. So if that is the intent of the design, and I would suggest it's probably more important in the centres and mixed use guide than it is perhaps the medium density outcomes, is that we actually put some direction in there to say, put buildings to the front of the site primarily and orientate those units within to the street. So look, that's a suggestion I'm putting forward to you. It wasn't discussed in the caucusing conferencing session, so it's up for you to have a think about whether that's appropriate or not. And I've just listed there those rules that kind of suggest those outcomes. But I make the point that they don't actually require that outcome. And so that's where the design guide comes in to say, well, where should it be? Okay. And if this is a design guide, shouldn't we be saying where it should be? Clarifications of guidance of others. There is other changes I've suggested in here. One is G7 as an example, which relates to the sense of human scale. Basically, when I read that, I was like, oh, is it about the occupiable edges of buildings, or is it about being in an external space next to a building and having those design elements relating to human scale? Because someone could say, oh, it's about the internal spaces of the building and therefore I'm not. Or, so the intent here that I've proposed is to provide, and I'll read it out, provide a sense of human scale to the external spaces used by pedestrians. And then the guidance notes around that talk about the fact that it should be about buildings and landscape solutions. So look, these are improvements, right? They're not fundamental die in the ditches, right? G9 is another example where it's a bit of a hangover from what was previously in the guidance point. G9 talks about passive surveillance through connections between the building interior and adjacent public spaces. And the guidance note talks about active habitable rooms, include kitchens, living rooms, dining rooms. Now that point used to have the word active, put active, I can't remember the actual wording, but it said something like put active habitable rooms at the front or something like that. So really it's just a hangover of what that is, and there's no real reason to have a definition of it. The other changes I've suggested in there is not about the buildings overlooking the street, it's about providing opportunities for people to overlook the street. So it's about the spaces that you're creating for people to achieve the passive surveillance. It's not about the buildings doing it. So look, those are just some examples of my thought process and why I've recommended some of those changes. I consider they will improve the guides, and I recommend you consider those. Again, not die in the ditches, but I think they'll certainly help. And I make the point that if they are included in the plan, these are potentially long-term design guides that don't get changed. I had an example last week where I was with the Auckland Council and I said, look, I'm referring to the Auckland Design Manual, it says this, and he said, oh, it's out of date. I'm like, oh, we'll remove it then. So subdivision design guide, we've sort of talked about again. These really was the first opportunity to review the design guide, assuming that some changes were made, and they have been made. As mentioned, I haven't tried to track change it because it's quite well, might be argued that it wasn't my job to do that. But what I've done is put a lot of questions in there. So what is the intent of this? Should we be doing that? There was a question about or a statement about create small blocks, and I put the comment in there, small, but why? If this relates to subdivision of an industrial zone, why does it need to be small, and how small is it? But look, I don't want to go into much more detail on that, because I think you really need to say when do they apply, and then work out what you need to say in the design guide. And I apologise that I hadn't went through that process of linking it to the subdivision chapter when I was considering that at the last minute. Okay.
Thank you. I'm just aware of the time. It's 10:30, and we've still got the other topic to go, I think.
Yes, we do.
I'm happy enough to carry on till 11 if our subsequent submitters are okay to push forward a little bit, 20 minutes or so. I've got the thumbs up there, so we'll carry on until 11 o'clock, and then we'll take a break.
Okay, sounds good. I'm just going to swap mics again so we don't have the feedback.
Okay. Mr. Day should be very good.
And just briefly from me, page 5, section 3 of my legal submissions, just outlining Kāinga Order's position in relation to the COCs. I just take you to 3.2 and reiterate that in principle, Kāinga Order supports the overall intent of the COC framework to ensure that intensification and development is done well in the city. And as I pointed out earlier, the key concern is to make sure that the mechanics of the provisions don't have unintended consequences or implications with the framework on the future development within the city centre, metropolitan centre and the local centre zones. Now, to front foot what I suspect is a question coming to me, based on your questions to Mr. Whittington on Tuesday earlier this week, I suspect you would like to know where Kāinga Order sits in relation to the lawfulness of the COC framework. And as stated in my submissions, Kāinga Order agrees in principle with Mr. Winchester's overall position, and further is pleased to see that, say, the notification provisions have now been amended to remove that issue. For Kāinga Order, it hasn't focused on so much the lawfulness of the COCs, but instead it's focused on the practical implications and the way in which they will function in practice. And it's been to ensure that the framework is clear to plan users and does not duplicate processes that are either covered elsewhere in the district plan or are covered by other processes, full stop. And in my legal submissions at paragraph 3.4, I reiterate that from the previous hearing we had on COCs, which is there are examples such as processes under the Building Act, which Kāinga Order doesn't consider are appropriate to have a duplication of those two processes running at the same or at some or different times for the same development. And I think that's where Mr. Winchester got us slightly confused in terms of what our position was. We weren't challenging whether or not that was lawful. We were challenging whether or not that's actually appropriate. And there is case law that backs our position, and that was set out in our legal submissions for the centres when we discussed that previously. Unless there are any other questions for me, I will hand over now to Mr. Heal, because I am very conscious of time.
No, I don't think there are any questions.
Thank you.
Paragraph 13.
That's correct. I'll just race through these so we've got time for questions, but at paragraph 13, I don't think the COC provisions applying to under height or over height development are the best method to provide for public open space, universal accessibility, enhanced building performance, which includes reduced carbon emissions and earthquake resilience and assisted housing. I think there's other ways to do that. I think the plan already does that in conjunction with the existing development contribution policy. And I seem to recall, I think it was Mr. Aburn, that noted in his evidence in hearing stream 4 that it's unlikely that you're going to get development happening over these heights in the central city. So I guess there's a fundamental question about whether if you want to achieve these, then perhaps they should apply to all development. My response there is, I think you can already achieve these outcomes through other methods, so you don't need to rely on the city outcome contribution. And I'll talk about that shortly. So at 14, maximising intensification within and close to centres, including by having unconstrained height limits in the city centre and higher height limits in other zones. I think you'll achieve a lot of those outcomes, particularly in terms of carbon reduction through travel reduction, etc. Relying on a combination of design control that we've already talked about and non-regulatory tools such as development contributions, which provide a remission if you're doing 5-star rated development, etc. I think maximising intensification will allow people to live close to where work close to where they live and access services, which will in turn reduce greenhouse gases associated with travel. Increased intensification with less constraints will lead to increased housing affordability. Design controls will ensure good design outcomes. Development contributions will provide adequate public open space and incentivise enhanced building performance, and can also incentivise intensification. So, for example, in Nelson City Council, their development contribution policy gives you a remission if you're doing high density housing in the central city, for example. And so a lot of these benefits were articulated in the Section 32 AA report that Ms. Stevens provided in hearing stream 4. I've got a copy of that, which we can hand out. I'm not going to go through it in any detail, it's just for your reference, but what it's effectively saying is if we have unlimited height limits, then we're going to achieve these outcomes. City outcome, she indicates that city outcome contributions will also achieve this. I'm saying you don't need those city outcome contributions to achieve the same outcomes. So on this basis, I've recommended at paragraph 16 now, deleting building rules across the centre zones that require resource consent for buildings exceeding height thresholds and do not meet COC requirements. Deleting reference to height limits and COC height thresholds and the height standard in the central city zone. Deleting appendix 16 from the PDP, but open to this being used as a guidance document outside the plan, and amending relevant centres policies to use the word promote rather than require COCs. And I struggled a bit with promote because originally we had encourage, but then I looked at the guidance on plan drafting and it said encourage span from permitted activities through to restricted discretionary activities. So I thought promote is possibly a better word if you're trying to achieve something outside the plan. You could also use incentivise. At paragraph 17, I agree with Ms. Stevens to delete the COC from the neighbourhood centre zone and the high density residential zone, and the mandatory public notification that Ms. Summerfield outlined. I disagree with Ms. Stevens that the development contribution policy does not cover soft infrastructure such as public spaces and Green Star rating, as this is specifically provided for in the DC policy, and there's a footnote 22 on page 11 of my principal evidence. Let's read that. Outlines the scope of development contributions and what they cover. I note it also includes reserves, transport, community infrastructure. Community infrastructure includes public amenities, reserves, public open space, as well as toilets, walkways and cycleways, sports and play equipment. And at B on that same page, bullet B, you'll see that the DC policy provides a 50% rate remission when you're doing a 5-star certified building, which also you can apply for that remission 12 months after it's achieved its certification. And one of the issues with the COC approach is that you kind of got to work all that stuff out to work out what consent category, well, not consent category, whether you're going to have mandatory notification or, whether you're going to be non-notified or whether you're open to notification. Okay. I still believe Appendix 16 is subjective, onerous and complex. as Ms Stevens says, you need to get advice from a range of experts. And we provided further detail on these issues in hearing stream 4. Social and cultural benefits included in my section 32A assessment. I said we're neutral, and this is because I think the COC outcomes can be achieved through other means anyway. I think it's still a bit unclear for me. So if you pay a development contribution, or say putting in a toilet or a playground, will you then be able to count those points because you've provided for it financially? You might not have provided land, but you provided money so that the council can provide those services. So does that apply? Mr. Ray and I went through the city outcome contributions, and there's still a bit of uncertainty about how carbon and seismic matters will be determined and whether there's a requirement to undertake a costly comparative design assessment. So what are you comparing your building to? And the last point there is just a minor change to one of the tables. That's probably a quick run through of the city outcome contributions.
Questions? Again?
We had quite a trawl through this at hearing stream 4, and obviously Ms Stevens has come back and then you've responded again in terms of the workability of that. I think it's fair to say that certainly from my perspective, there is certainly an element of complexity about it all, and your evidence has highlighted some of that complexity. Where we go to from here, obviously Ms Stevens does have your evidence in front of you. We're looking at a right of reply. So there is a range of options from getting rid of the COC completely to amending it through to keeping it as proposed. So yeah, I don't have any particular questions from you because, as I said, we had quite a haul through this in hearing stream 4.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just trying to remind myself from the centre's hearing what your recommendations were specifically in terms of changes to the plan. Can you just?
They remain the same, basically. I think the main difference was I talked about encourage rather than promote. That was before I'd seen the guidance on plan drafting that Wellington City's used.
Right. And in terms of the actual Appendix 16 stuff as well, what was?
So
Can you remind me what your view about that was?
Sure. We were saying it was complex and onerous and potentially costly to implement, and there's other methods of achieving the same outcomes both within the plan and outside the plan. So I guess my position hasn't changed. Yeah, I don't think the changes to Appendix 16 in terms of additional guidance make much difference. I know that at hearing stream 4, the council was going to go away and provide a whole separate guidance document, which made me even more concerned because then you'd have a guidance document to a guide. So I think it's good that it's been brought in to the plan, but I still don't think it goes far enough in terms of creating the certainty that I would expect.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Hill? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Summerfield.
Thank you. Look, we wish you luck with your recommendations. You've got a tight time frame, so good luck.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll need it. Okay, I'll adjourn the hearing for 20 minutes. So we'll resume at 11:15. Hopefully with that submitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning. The wrap-up hearing for the IPI provisions of the Wellington City Proposed District Plan has been reconvened, and our next submitter to present to us is Mr. Collingbull. Thank you, on behalf of the Onslow Residents Community Associations. And we've got your pre-circulated speaking notes, but otherwise the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Tēnā koutou, Morena. Thank you for the opportunity to receive me again. It's about the fourth time. I appreciate your patience. I'm going to address 4 things in this session, so make sure I get them out front first. The first one is that there are a large number of outstanding decisions about our submissions that we believe you are yet to make and will make with your announcements. And our concern is that the integration of these into what would become a final plan for our suburb is actually quite complex, and I want to speak to that. Secondly, I want to talk to the design guides. Actually, we're quite positive about those, but it's how they're applied I want to speak to. The third thing I want to note is that, yes, we are great supporters of the genuine green space in the city. Not quite sure where you got my quote, the officers got my quote from, but I'd just like to say that. And specifically, we want to ensure that our green suburb is not badly affected by floor planning and design. And I'll talk about that in the context of the design guides. And finally, we are pleased that the city outcomes contribution has been removed from high density housing and neighbourhood centres. But we believe that the smaller, what are now present smaller local centres, it should be removed from those two. It would be inappropriate. Okay, so let's start with the decisions you have yet to make. I've listed 9 here. You don't have to agree that they are all yours to make or I've got it right, but it's illustrative of how there is a large number of combinations potentially about what you could decide. And as residents, we feel a little bit nervous, you'll understand, about what you might come up with. Not that we haven't had the opportunity to present on it, but what is the effect of a particular combination on the plan? And let me give you an example. The officers, including Adam on my left here, put a lot of work into producing a notified plan, a proposed plan before council, and the council officers said, nah, Johnsonville line is not a rapid transit system, right? So that immediately, forgive me if I characterise this slightly dramatically, Adam, sort of went, oh, well, what are we going to propose if it's not a rapid transit system? What's appropriate for the suburbs along the railway line? And in a very rushed and partially reconvened, as I understand it, council meeting, they came up with what's in the notified plan, which you can see on the viewer. And I've just had a brief training program on the viewer, and I realised my inability to see the different combinations is because I don't know how to operate the different views in it. I apologise for that. But what the NPSUD says is the next one of my points, that policy 3D applies to policy 3C doesn't, and the officers recognise that with the council. But that means that it must be commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. Now, the point is, I think the officers' headlights have got RTS in their headlights, and they certainly can't in a few minutes have considered that point properly, right? So actually there needs to be a design of the plan that reflects these combination of decisions you're coming up with. And my question is, so for example, they just put their super maxi 4-storey version of medium density in the place where the 6-storey was, and they came up with some, well, transport's still good, you know, sort of arguments for that. But actually there's no walking catchment for medium density housing, right? Even though they invented one effectively by doing this super zoning around the centre. And I'd also like to say, for those of you who have already deliberated on the walking catchments in the Hutt Valley, that Kandala's topography, Johnsonville's topography, what accessibility means in our world is unique to every suburb in Wellington. It's completely different to the Hutt Valley. So I hope you're not going to just mass produce the same answer. And I think it's ridiculous that Kāinga Ora said 800 metres or whatever they came up with as a flat distance. I mean, are they flat Earth people? So, but the real point here is how can we get a consistent, the process really is that you make your decision, council will either agree or not, and the difference will go to the minister. Now, how can we have two well-designed put before the minister with clear outcomes so the minister is empowered to make some sensible decisions? I'd like to, under the question time, perhaps you can help me understand how that's going to happen, because I see there's another design process to happen and there will be no community engagement around it as things stand, and I think that would be wrong. Okay, right, so now let's talk about I'll skip over my problems with the proposed view, but it did add to my confusion at the time. I'll move on to the design guides. So I've talked to Mr. Niven, who's talked to Mr. McIndoe about design guides, and they're comfortable, and therefore I'm comfortable that these are usable design guides. I'd just like to point out to the council officers that, of course, we do need them to be applied in a good way. Okay, and I think it's slightly ridiculous, the idea that bad design leads to better outcomes, better well-being for new residents and old residents, and good design. So why don't we just apply the design guides to everything we do? I mean, these buildings were around for 50 or 100 years. Thorndon is still littered with the Soviet apartment blocks that were allowed when a blip occurred and height could go up in Thorndon, and then it was closed down again, but you can't take the buildings away afterwards. So to finish my oral presentation, I'm asking you that you consider the complexities of integrating these decisions you have to make, and not just take them one by one, and that there will be some design work required, and we as a community really would like to be able to be involved in that kind of design work. Secondly, that we have chosen, you see, a set of simple outcomes for Kandala, and we'd like you to do that. We said, look, the services are distributed throughout the suburb. There are less than 250 jobs. It is literally a drop in the bucket of Wellington's economy. NPS UD 3D, neighbourhood centre zone, MRZ1, and then that's really simple. We know what outcomes we'll have. And what outcomes will we have? We will have 18,000 more development properties around the Johnsonville railway line, on top of the 35 that are already in the existing plan. They're taking it to over 50,000. That's enough for 100,000 people without the rest of the city being developed. So please would you take a proportionate view here about that the outcomes really do achieve the goals of the plan that are well set out. And finally, could you exclude city outcomes contribution from the smaller centres? There's a number of ways you could do that. You could include you could say if they're not surrounded by high rise, then the centre shouldn't go even higher. Because in Kandala, we're talking about 2 stories around the centre right now, right? Could go to 3, 4 if you choose what the council proposed. But suddenly to have 80 metres plus another 50%, 27 metres in the centre is just out of proportion in our view. Thank you for your time listening to me.
Just to clarify, in paragraph 16, you talk about design outcomes 01, 02, 03. And I'm assuming you're meaning residential
Plan, sorry, a residential design guide. Yes, beg your pardon.
questions from Mr. Collins.
Not so much a question, but I feel obliged to respond to your comment about the Hutt City process.
Oh, please do. Sorry.
Commissioner Bird and myself and our chairman, who's not part of this panel, Commissioner Stephen Dace, would like to assure you that each panel makes a decision on the basis of the evidence in front of them and the peculiarities of each district. So,
Yes,
I mean, it's
thank you for that reassurance.
not one size fits all.
Because my worry doesn't come from what you said, it comes from the reporting of
Yeah.
the HUT decision.
Your
Thank you.
mum and dad probably told you about what to understand and believe in newspapers. They certainly told me that.
They did.
Just out of interest, though, the Hutt city, I mean, the proportion of land of the general residential zone that was allocated to high density was incredibly high, which reflected the flat valley floors.
Right.
And I think it was the split between high density and medium density was as high as 92% for high, and medium was a very low proportion.
You can imagine I would be overjoyed if you did that in Wellington City. Not.
Yes. The only reason I'm making that point is that reflected the evidence that panel heard.
Yes.
It reflected the topography and flat valley floor.
Cool.
It reflected policy 3C.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed.
So I haven't rehearsed my previous evidence from other streams, but I know you'll take it into account.
Yeah.
Thank you. The main thing here is the consideration that because you make decisions here and here, you can't. It's not an automatic press the button and a new plan is printed. There has to be some design work. So if I asked you the direct question, then what opportunity do we have? I know the answer is already no, but why? But you can understand our concern that we feel that we're going to be subject to some rather uncertain future. But there you go. If that's how it has to be, then I understand. But I've made my point.
And I just add to that. I mean, the chair of this hearing panel, all 8 of us, is along with me on the Porirua IPI. So again, different set of circumstances, potentially different outcome to HUT.
Yes.
So I can't say any more than that.
No, fair enough.
But the point I want to emphasise is each IPI that's formed is very specific to, and the process is very specific to what's in front of you. Evidence heard, capacity issues, the application of policies 3C and 3D, and how they relate to the topography. So
Brilliant.
I can't say any more than that.
No, I understand, and I appreciate your reassurance about it. Thank you.
And I'm on Upper Hutt,
Yes.
so
Okay.
we have like the Wellington region covered.
Yes. Well,
In fact,
and you know more about it than anybody else, even the local councillors.
yeah, I don't know if you've heard that.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah, so Commissioner Blake, who's not part of this, is also on the cup, has been on the Kapiti.
All right. Okay.
So between us all, we've got all bases covered.
Right. So we just await the next election for the rest of it.
I think I can say that rest assured we are taking an integrated, holistic look at all things. And
Thank you.
cherry picking and siloed.
Thank you very much.
And I just had one question, rather than a statement, and that was you encourage us to take a proportional or proportionate view. What number is that? Well, usually proportionate.
Yeah.
You might have been ad-libbing. I just wondered what that meant. What's taking a proportionate view mean?
Well, rather than just look at each individual argument for whether it that you look at, maybe I should use the word holistic rather than proportionate. I mean,
So instead of just applying 3C in isolation and 3D in isolation, are you saying we need to step back and have a look at that in a holistic manner?
Yes, well, 3C triggers walking catchments. Walking catchments, I believe, and we've always said are very much driven by the topography and the actual local circumstances, and have to be balanced with accessibility. right? So you can't go down a set of steps in a wheelchair, for example.
Sure.
And that has not always been our experience of those assessments. Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking that, I mean, obviously right up front there's this binary decision as the rapid transit, is it a rapid transit system or is it not? Because that the MPSUD forces that.
Yes. And you accept that once that decision's made, it's pretty much a mandatory outcome.
Yes, so I understand exactly how the MPSUD, that's why we put so much effort into putting all those transport experts in front of you, including the guy who wrote the dot plan, the business case for the regional council. So, no, yes, that's right. Yes. So certain things do follow automatically from a decision tree, but then you see, so let's say you go for the rapid transit line, then we've still got the walking catchment decision playing in there, and to be quite honest, so yeah, that's right. So you got that in. Those two things are in the policy documents. So your hands are tied. Sure. But if it's not a rapid transit system, your hands are not tied. Now we're into what I'm talking about, which is how do we get a. If I use the word proportionate, it would have been with respect to 3D, that it's commensurate, which it uses the word commensurate instead of proportionate. Yes.
You weren't meaning for us to have regard to capacity in terms of supply and demand?
I think we've brought Dr. Tim Helm before you to explain that we think that, and I was going to use the illustration of wildebeest. Why don't the lions wipe out all the wildebeest in the Sahara? You know, and the answer is because they're big fat cats. Once they've had one calf, they sit back in the sun for a week, right? And the developers of Wellington are in exactly the same boat. Their land banks are full. They release the houses so that they can feed and eat, and then they bask in the sun. And it doesn't matter how many extra zoning you provide. That's the way it is, right? So we need there are things beyond your control to create affordable housing. Sure. The zoning really is just about where are you going to get it.
Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, and I appreciate you seeing me first, but even more Johnson Community Association allowing me to go.
Okay, thank you for your flexibility too. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Rees. Can I just say first, Mr. Taylor, that we all read the pre-circulated statement here. There are quite a number of points in here that are outside our scope to do anything about.
Sorry?
There are matters you've raised in here that are outside our scope to do anything about in terms of outcomes. They're more sort of matters that the City Council generally could be doing, but not in terms of us changing the district plan or recommending changes to the district plan. So
does that mean that you don't want me to comment on the out of scope submission points?
Well, I don't want to hinder your ability to talk to your submission at all. I just want to note that at the start,
okay,
there are things here that we have very limited ability to affect them at all. The other thing too is we'd like just basically the summary of this, if we can, in the time available, so we've got opportunity to ask questions.
Absolutely, it's a lengthy document. I realise that.
Yes.
So I'll start.
Yes, please.
I'm just going to start slightly out of sequence, but then quickly get back into sequence. I'm going to start with the city outcomes contribution. I just want to say that we want to reiterate JCA's recommendation to the Commission that it accepts the Council Officer recommendation to remove the high density residential zone from the scope of the COC. And we recommend to the Commission that reject the Council Officer recommendation to retain the Metropolitan Centre Zone within the scope of the City Outcomes Contribution provision. In our view, the City Outcomes Contribution provision should not be part of the PDP. We regard it as largely damaging to properties around the property that benefits from the COC. So I'll do the rest of the submission in line with how our submission was. So I'll start off with value of sunshine. We just want to note the following points in regard to this issue. The study was completed in Wellington by the Wellington-based Motu Research Organisation, and it was done on Wellington properties. A property's value declines by 2.4% for each hour of sunlight lost. The Motu study evidence has not been challenged by the Council. We stress to the Commission we want genuine independent monitoring of the effect of densification on neighbouring properties' value, property values. And because of the effect of the loss of sunlight, there is a substantial financial loss to neighbouring property losses, unless that sunlight loss is either mandatorily mitigated against and or compensated for. And we are including in this presentation a recommendation to this Commission that we want a quantified planning rule or rules to maximise sunlight, and this needs to be included in the proposed district plan to reduce the loss of amenity for neighbouring properties arising from densification. It's the only new recommendation we're putting in front of the Commission today. Amenity values. I just want to make a couple of points about this. Section 7C of the Resource Management Act requires amenity values to be maintained and enhanced. Currently, the Resource Management Act, and in particular that section, has not been repealed. If there is a loss of amenity value for neighbouring property owners arising from densification, then the PDP needs to provide protection against that loss of amenity value by requiring developers to either mandatorily mitigate their planning arrangements to avoid loss of amenity and or provide financial compensation. Economic wealth transferred to developers. We have presented evidence on this that there is economic wealth transfer to developers that arise from densification, and that this evidence has not been challenged by the Council because it's true. The developer primarily obtains its economic benefit through their subsequent sale value of development properties, and in doing this, the developer takes away most or all of a range of amenity from neighbouring properties. These include sunlight, views, ability to have solar panels on due to the lack of sunlight, and open and green space, and ultimately financial value. The above losses are ongoing. This is not actually in our submission, but it is true for residents and affects their ongoing quality of life as well as their economic wealth if they stay in place. The City Outcomes Contribution, additional height provisions damages and increases the effect of the loss of amenity on properties. It is therefore fair that the developer should pay compensation and or mitigates. This results in a win-win-win-win outcomes for neighbouring property owners, new residents, developer and the Council. And we would just ask the question, does district planning or other related legislation specifically prohibit the payment of compensation for loss of amenity? We've stressed that there's alternatively to a compensation framework is that we have a mandatory mitigation planning framework included in the PDP, and this would comprise the matters that we outlined in our submission, but they are very important, so I'm going to repeat them. Maximising sunlight, minimising shade, road separation, step setbacks, usage of recession planes, usage of view shafts, avoidance of wind tunnels, and usage of imaginative architectural design rather than just the square block type. Let's go for quantity over quality developments that are often seen. Now I was going to talk about the traffic improvements around the centre of Johnsonville. I'll just skip that. I'll skip that given what we've just been told. Green space for the centre of Johnsonville. We've got to say, notwithstanding what I've just said, classifying a green space recommendation as an out of scope submission point doesn't make sense, because green space is a fundamental prerequisite enabler for physical, mental health in a densified urban environment. Disturbingly, the council officer deliberately did not state in his response that there are to be no green space objectives for the metropolitan centre zones in the PDP. We think that's appalling. Pages 31 and 32 of the JCA submission refers. Infrastructure investment for Johnsonville, this is 429.11. Somewhat conflictingly, the council officer has accepted this recommendation, even though it recommends infrastructure investment in green space, public transport and roading projects. We just simply note, in respect of that acceptance, which we're grateful for, there is no certainty regarding what investments will be made and by when, and we made our recommendation 1 year ago. The JCA reiterates its representations and recommendations to the Commission that all infrastructure shortfalls are to be fully rectified before densification is implemented in Johnsonville. Moving on to the issue of who redevelops the centre of Johnsonville. This was Oliver Sangster's recommendation. The JCA wants to place on the record its complete opposition to the recommendation that Kāinga Ora and/or the Ministry of Housing and Development redevelop the centre of Johnsonville. Our reasons for that are set out in our submission. Johnsonville is a suburb with a strong family feel to it, and accordingly a very low crime rate, and this is important and worth preserving going forward. Also, local residents have a much stronger stake in the redevelopment of the suburb they live in, because they have to live with the consequences. Stride and investor submissions regarding compensation. Stride and investor are opposed to, quote, a compensation framework for neighbouring residents of high density housing developments, as this could impose inappropriate costs on development. I've got news for Stride and Investor. They are ignoring the fact that their developments could also impose inappropriate and very significant costs on neighbouring residents and communities in terms of the loss of amenity value. As such, compensation and/or mandatory planning mitigation arrangements is completely justified. Just now, I've got a couple of points. There was notification submissions from Kāinga Ora, Stride and Investor. We're appalled with these submissions. The JCA is strongly opposed to these submissions recommendations that there be the preclusion of limited notification is applied beyond a development site for breaches such as outdoor living space infringements, because this could directly impact a neighbouring property, including causing loss of sunlight and amenity to those neighbouring properties. This is a sort of a backdoor way of trying to get out of either compensating or mandatorily mitigating through planning arrangements the loss of amenity to these properties. we're disgusted with that, to say the least. We are also disgusted with one other decision, which is the transition between zones issue. Now, so long as we've read this right, this is an appallingly bad decision by the council officer. The NPSUD requires higher building zones to use a transition zone of step setbacks and recession planes within that zone to manage the transition from lower building height zones to higher building height zone. The council officer's decision indicates incorrectly that the transition is to take place in the lower building height zone, effectively extending the higher intensification zone. The JCA considers the Commission should completely reject this recommendation. We're going to finish finish with this issue. Is Johnsonville ready for densification? No, not for a 60% increase of 6,000 residents for Johnsonville. Our wrap up is that Johnsonville, if it was ready for densification, the council would have made certain that it had the following in place: a true, real, rapid transit train service, a fast and reliable bus service, placement of the bus hub next to the train station as an integrated, fully covered and sheltered public transport hub, all road traffic projects in and around the Johnsonville Triangle completed, an up-to-date town centre plan completed after extensive consultation with the Johnsonville community and Johnsonville-based organisations. Johnsonville funded and resourced as a metropolitan centre. A clear plan for the redevelopment of the Johnsonville Mall and the centre of Johnsonville. A traffic management plan for the centre of Johnsonville, which was discussed with Commissioner Dave in stream 4, I think, from memory. A bypass route directly onto State Highway 1 motorway down Noronga Gorge for motorists from Kandala, effectively bypassing Johnsonville. All Three Waters infrastructure shortfalls are fully rectified and sufficient water pressure in place. We understand there's a 19 million budget for doing this, but nothing has happened in that space. Provision for green space and permeability in the centre of Johnsonville. The current rundown, low level of amenity in the centre of Johnsonville either completely readdressed or on the way substantially to being completely addressed. Massive improvements in the quality of car parking facilities for Johnsonville. All of the above represents fully integrated urban planning and therefore best practice urban planning. The overwhelming impression of the council's decision-making for Johnsonville is that of a population dumping exercise without proper urban planning for all of the prerequisite enablers to ensure Johnsonville is a well-functioning urban environment with densification. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I won't repeat the recommendation. Well, actually, I will just repeat the recommendation about the sunlight maximisation. The Johnsonville Community Association asked the Commission to agree with the recommendation from the JCA as set out in this presentation to the Commission that quantified planning rule or rules to maximise sunlight needs to be included in the proposed district plan to reduce the loss of amenity for neighbouring properties arising from densification. Thank you for listening and giving me a bit more time.
You're welcome.
Just before I turn to the panel for questions, when you say maximise sunlight, what do you mean by that in a development? How would a development maximise sunlight?
I've actually flicked a urban development in Netherlands to my colleagues where they use different angles in terms of even building up. They use different angles on different floors. to try and promote both green space out on balconies as well as better sunlight access for those buildings. I've already said to this commission, I think twice, about the two developments in Rotowiti Street, 15 and 30 Rotowiti Street, which are built mainly in a double-storey motel style, and that's not appropriate, as everybody is now agreeing. It's not appropriate even for emergency housing. And so we want a quality focus in terms of residential development going forward in this densification situation. I'm a chartered accountant, Mary's an engineer. We don't claim expertise in the planning space, urban planning space, but it is clear that overseas they are looking much more at how we can promote this with imaginative urban design. Facing north, using angles, having spaces.
They had a stepped approach. The one that you sent me, when it wasn't a block, there was offsets as well as different angles. Buildings look quite different from what they have in an urban environment, but they all had a small green space and obviously some access to sunlight.
I could provide that illustration too, if that would be of assistance.
Yes, if you could.
Will do.
Yes, indeed, thank you. And the bypass thing, for Kendala residents to bypass Johnsonville, can you just expand on what you meant by that? Obviously with Johnsonville, it's already fairly congested, as we've indicated in stream 4 in the discussion about the traffic management plan. The bypass there's effectively sort of a quarry, and it would come down through there directly onto there. If we're going to put 6,000 more people into Johnsonville, then and we've got traffic coming from other areas, and the traffic does come from Kendala, that would be a useful way to manage traffic volumes in the northern part of Wellington. Clarification question?
Yes, just one, Mr. Taylor. I'm not quite sure if I misunderstood you or what the story is. So just for clarifications, you were saying that the transition between zones would be to the disadvantage of the lower zone. Did I understand that right?
Yes, that's correct, because as I read what was put forward there, as summarised by the council officer, it was moving intensification back into the lower building height zone. And my understanding is that is contrary to the NPSUD, where the transition zone does actually take place in the higher building zone. That's my understanding.
Yeah, and that's, as far as I understand, that is still what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was appalled that a council officer doing urban planning with this key document, NPSUD, had not followed what was set out in that. Absolutely appalled.
As we read the document, it sounded as though in the lower density zone, you would have buildings which were higher than allowed in that zone, and the transition would take place. So the high density would go right to the boundary of the high density zone, and the transition would be within the lower zone rather than taking place in the high density zone. That was the way it read to us.
Yeah, maybe Ms. Stevens can actually enlighten us, because I believe that is not the case. But Ms. Stevens.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, that one's actually for me, and that's certainly not what I was recommending. I take this as in response to Kāinga submission point number 391.743 and Willis Bond and Company for 16.94, where they sought the council consider the relationship between the medium density residential zone and denser zones to ensure that the development is not unduly restricted in denser zones when going through your decision making and the eventual built form standards come out in the wash, as it were. So what I said in response to Kāinga and Wilson and Bond was that their relief will be partially granted in the determination of the eventual built form standards of lower and higher density zones, where there will be a transition between them. For example, if there are increases that have been accepted in an area of high density residential zone by way of height or height in relation to boundary controls, any adjacent land which is zoned, for example, local centre, would also need to be examined and increased potentially so as to avoid a scenario where commercially zoned land has less developable potential than residential land, which by contrast would have greater height limits. So that relationship between zones, commercial zones and residential zones, needs to be closely examined. That's my response.
Thanks very much for that clarification.
Thank you. I just wanted to explore a couple of things in regards to your discussion about amenity values, the loss of amenity values. You're saying that they should either be compensated for or mitigated, and you're relying on Section 7, the RMA.
Section 7C, yep.
The MPSUD sits below that.
Yes.
And in planning speak, national policy statements provide more specific direction, excuse me, to a provision in the RMA. It's generally how it works. Would that be your understanding too?
That's generally the situation, but I did outline in our submission that there is, if I could just go to that just for a moment. I just want to, was a situation where there was a conflict. There was a conflict between, yeah, that's right. It was the example that I gave where a house loses, I can't find it at the moment. A house loses 5 hours of sunlight at 2.4% per hour of sunlight. $1 million home drops in value to $880,000. Now, in terms of Section 7C, that would be viewed as a significant loss to that property, or other things just put to one side. In the NPSUD, it says that the changes to amenity values, there will be changes to amenity values arising from densification, but that in itself is not an adverse effect. And those two things are actually in conflict there, because under the legislation, Section 7C, that would be viewed as something significant that does actually need to be mitigated against. Whereas the NPSUD saying, don't worry about it, you just have to accept it. And based on my business law training, I'm an accountant, we were always taught that statutory law was preeminent over regulatory law. And it's notable that the Labor government have not repealed that Section 7C. They know that there would be a massive hue and cry, an outcry over that. And so that's an issue that's actually up in the air for all of us.
So you're saying that there's conflict or tension between the NPSUD and the RMA,
Yep.
and when it comes to it.
Yes, and there is an issue about primacy as to which is to be resolved.
And in your opinion, the RMA Section 7 prevails?
Yes, based on my business law training going back many decades, yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Robinson no doubt will have a view on that for sure.
I'm sure lots of people will have a view on it. I just had one other question I just need to find it in your evidence, so just bear with me for a minute. So I just wasn't sure about, this is on page 32 of your statement.
32?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
So, and you've recommended a more detailed MCZ objective 2.
yes. It's basically a replication of CC02 and just adjusted for the metropolitan centre zone. And it includes under 4 convenient access to a range of open space, including green space, which was our concern.
So it's a new policy. It's not, because I couldn't figure out how you had amended, because there is an existing MCZ02. So this is really a new policy for that zone.
Yes, we've got this in to replicate what is in CCZ02, particularly in respect, and obviously we're focused in terms of green space.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's clear. Thank you. That was all I had. Thank you for those clarifications.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
With that, our next submitter and our last submitter will be at 1:30. So we'll adjourn the hearing for lunch. Resume at 1:00. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. The final hearing on the IPI provisions of the Wellington City Proposed District Plan is being held, and we have our last submitters for the year and for that series of hearings. So welcome, Mr. Gordon. Glad you could make it from Wanganui, was it?
Yeah,
Someone?
it was able to be settled late last night, so I've been here all day, thankfully. But thank you very much for, and particularly to Jasper for making of arrangements.
Could you just make sure that's on green?
It is now.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
great, thanks.
Thanks.
So it's over to you. We have read the pre-circulated material. Thank you very much for that. But I will say I haven't read your legal submissions, so be in your hands if you could please lead us through it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, kia ora koutou. May I introduce Mr. Castle and Mr. Broadmore, or I should say retired Judge Broadmore, two far more experienced lawyers than I am. They both say they know nothing about the RMA, and you might say, well, that makes three of us, but between us, we'll do our best to articulate what the concern is from residents of Te Aro with the recommendations in the section 32AA report. So we're coming from the understanding that view shaft 21 is to be deleted, and the recommended alternative is replacing it with a view shaft that has different dimensions, different focal points, and is yet to be finally determined in terms of its actual dimensions, although there are some recommendations that it have a floor level equivalent to the height of the building known as the Century City Hotel, which I think is now an apartment building. I think from Ms. Stevens nodding, I've described that reasonably accurately.
So just for your purpose, I know part of this panel has heard the matter of view shafts hearing stream 3, was it? Yeah. But some of us haven't, including myself. So I'm not totally all over the view shaft. I'm familiar with them in the ODP through experience and exposure, but
you might want to just, I'm not familiar with the recommendations of the reporting officer on this view shaft. I've got the current one in front of me, but not the recommended one. So
Okay.
you might have to help us.
Would it assist to bring the view shaft onto the screen? Would that assist in any way?
That might be very helpful, but are we talking view shaft 21 or the alternative? And I'm not sure whether the alternative is yet sufficiently articulated to be an image.
The alternative hasn't been surveyed, so we found without a survey we couldn't have exact dimensions in terms of base and margins. But what could be brought up is the operative district plan view shaft 21, which is what the submission relates to. I'll work with Jazz on that.
And you may be able to describe this recommended one in relation to this one. Visualize it.
Right.
So Mr. Gordon, Commissioner Lutz, and myself, and Commissioner Robinson, who's down south at the moment, we're on the view on hearing string 3.
Yes.
With Commissioner Faulkner, who's not here. So so you're dealing with 2, Commissioner Lutz and myself, who were on hearing string 3.
Right. And can I ask, Commissioner, if Commissioner Robinson or Commissioner Faulkner are still involved in this process, such that they're either watching this live stream or they're involved in the decision making?
Well,
the live stream is recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the ability to see it post. Commissioner Faulkner is no longer involved in the process.
Oh. Right. I asked that because there's a Waihi Tapu issue that Mr. Castle wants to speak to, but it won't be lost on you anyway, I'm sure.
No.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. One of the things I should have said in my introduction, if it's not obvious from their statements, that Mr. Castle is a member of the management committee of the body, was a member of the management committee of the body corporate of El Casino Apartments, and he's authorised by El Casino Apartments body corporate to speak on behalf of that organisation. And Mr. Broadmore is a separate submitter, but is also resident of the same building. And we're simply combining this hearing in an efficient way, hopefully, by hearing them both together.
Sure, and presumably there was a resolution of the body corporate to that effect.
Previously.
Now, the view shaft.
Those are 2 pages. So there's the map, which I think is this.
Yes. That's schedule.
Precedes it.
So it's the schedule, isn't it? Schedule 5.
Yeah. So.
This is the operative. Sorry.
This is the operative.
Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, this is the operative view shaft 21.
So if we could go to the map, would the map be the best reference point rather than photographs?
It might well be. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
So it's from the base of the Carillion, which I pronounce Carillion, which I think we all do, but it's spelled Carillon. Yeah, there's an extra syllable in there. So it's from the base of the Carillion and it's looking out to the inner harbour, and the notation refers to the focal points being the inner harbour and the western escarpment. And I'm assuming that the western escarpment is literally the ridge line or the hill line from Northland through Wadestown and all the way around to Nauronga and beyond towards the Hut. It's been, as you'll read in the 42A report, it's been compromised in terms of its view of the inner harbour by numerous consents that have enabled intrusions into it, not the least of which is the Century City building, which I think is to 11 stories, 10 or 11 floors.
That's the one with the wavy.
That's the one. Yeah. Access down on Tory Street. The view shaft, because it has focal points at the western escarpment, isn't true to this diagram insofar as the western escarpment is much further away and a much wider vista. So it's a vista view. In fact, this view shaft, it's not one of the confined views, albeit there had been intrusions into it. So the elephant in the room, I suppose, if I can use that expression, is the benefit that El Casino Apartments has enjoyed, because it is right on the edge in Jesse Street of this view shaft. And the developer sold the apartments on the basis that there was an viable view to the west, to the university and to afternoon sun and the like. And that developer has moved from Wellington and is now in Auckland, where his type belong. But it didn't escape. Well, let me put it this way. The agents who worked at the time selling apartments off the plans referred to this view shaft to the National War Memorial as being something that would protect their views. And of course, we all know that that was a misstatement. So there have been private benefits in that respect. And both Mr. Castle and Mr. Broadmore concede that their interest in this plan change was piqued by the effect that it would have on their private interests. But once they started digging into the rationale for deleting plan change 21, its purpose and the suggested replacement, they became much more concerned for the wider community effects, particularly for Te Aro, where they live. And on the one hand, Mr. Castle will speak to views into and out of the Carillion and the War Memorial, but particularly the Waihi Tapu issue in relation to the Carillion, which was built as a memorial at the time in 1928, I think. 1932. Thank you. 1932, it was dedicated primarily to those who fell in the First World War, Pākehā and Māori alike. And the inscription in the Hall of Memories there refers to it being a Waihi Tapu site. The view shaft, therefore, whilst it's from the viewpoint of the base of the Carillion, and it's a vista view, equally provides the reverse views into this nationally important site. And for a long time, it was just the Carillion that was the National War Memorial, of course, until we had the Tomb of the Unknown Warrior that was added to it below the base of the Carillion. The National Museum was built, and the Pukeahu Park, of course, came much later. So, as they dug deeper into the rationale and developed more knowledge and insight into the proposal, they've developed a community interest in the situation that I've described. Their observations include that it's a two-way view, and that the community, distant community, has benefited, or people moving in the distance have benefited from being able to see into the National War Memorial as they've been able to see out from it. They also observe, and I think it's pertinent, that the performance of the council has been to pay lip service to View Shaft 21, resulting in building heights in Te Aro that are now said to be the justification for replacement of the view shaft. It seems when you stand at this viewpoint that the council must have waved through a number of resource consent applications, regardless of intrusion into the view shaft. And in part, those intrusions have privatised views into the Carillion, and the alternative proposal that Ms. Popova and her colleague, Dr. Zamani, had recommended will do more to privatise views into the Carillion, because they'll bring higher residential buildings closer to Pukeahu. The other observation that both Mr. Broadmore and Mr. Castle have and want to explain to you is that as they've read further into the material and the rationale, this effort to balance the NPSUD call for density with visual connection to the Carillion is a tension that isn't easily resolved, but the expert consultants ignore the other benefits of the existing view shaft. And if I'm not articulating that very well, what I mean is that the existing view shaft has been successful in some respects, in that it has contributed to constraints on development, particularly in Jessie Street. Jessie Street has the only undeveloped low two-storey buildings in the whole of Te Aro, between Taranaki Street to the west and Cambridge Terrace to the east. Everything else is higher. And therefore there's been a benefit. If that's been a constraint or a constraining factor on those Jessie Street properties, then there's been a benefit from View Shaft 21. And I say that's important because a well-functioning urban environment, the fundamental objective of the NPSUD, calls for green spaces. And Wellington has a green network plan, the GNP of 2020, I think, which Mr. Broadmore refers to fairly extensively. There isn't, that green plan isn't mentioned by Ms. Popova or Dr. Zamani, presumably because they weren't asked to comment on how view shafts might interact with other components of a well-functioning urban environment. But there wouldn't be an urban designer on this planet who wouldn't support the Green Network Plan or the concept of a Green Network Plan in an area where you are seeking to intensify residential living by almost doubling it, as I understand, or more in Te Aro. There may be one pocket park in the offing with a development on the corner of Frederick and Taranaki. I'm unsure about that, I have to admit. But apart from Waitangi Park and Pukeahu itself, there's nothing. There's no place where residents can step out and take the air without moving down the street, just sit quietly with some green and some trees, or take their grandchildren out, or whatever. And one of the possible locations, of course, is Jessie Street, where View Shaft 21 has had an influence. You take the view shaft away before the green plan has been implemented, then those Jessie Street properties can go up to 10, 11 stories And boom, that opportunity for open space has suddenly become extremely expensive and difficult to capture. So my overarching submission to you is to pause, redo the Section 32 AA assessment to include considerations for a future green network in Te Aro, and also to ensure that iwi and hapu have been properly consulted about the alternative in relation to its significance to the Waihi Tapu site. That is the Hall of Memories at the base of the Carillion. This is a great opportunity to pause and say, well, let's keep View Shaft 21 until the Green Network Plan is sorted out and the intensification in Te Aro is tempered with some green spaces. Now, Commissioner Schofield, you asked about the alternative. It's covered in the Section 42A report by Ms. Stevens from about pages 40, I'm going to say 40, but its discussion starts before that. Extensive summary of Ms. Popova's work and sunlight and shading modelling. It goes back to about page 30.
This is for hearings 23.
Yeah, page 29 through to 47. And Mr. Broadmore is asking me to draw your attention to the diagram on page 34, which is figure 11. That's figure 10. Yeah, there's no colour on it. That's the problem. Page 34, figure 11. It's this one here.
Yeah. Let's. So if that's what you want.
Yeah. You have that, Commissioner? Yeah.
Particularly noting figure 13 photographs.
It's much better in colour, isn't it? Yeah. So this is the suggested viewpoint. That's further. It's lower by the tomb, the unknown warrior, and looking out between the pūtakawa trees from there. But it'll get closed off significantly. If you see the height there of the Century City Hotel building and draw that across, all you'll see is built environment, except for some of those hills to the left. As that ridge height increases around Mount Koko.
So what is the position of Mr. Gordon in respect of this suggested new location, new spot?
Well, it's come out of left field in terms of consultation with the community, particularly with iwi, and legally I understand how that occurs in response to a submission, if I can describe it as that. But in our submission to you, it undervalues the stature and importance nationally of the Carillion. It acknowledges Pukeahu and the Tomb of the Unknown Warrior. I agree with that. But all it creates is a view to a line of build height out across Te Aro that has the effect of just, you know, the build height will just have the effect of crowding that view in and diminishing the significance of the National War Memorial, rather than achieving any balance between that importance and the NPSUD's importance for greater density. So we say, don't do this right now. Hold off on it and until we understand what a well-functioning urban environment Te Aro can be, both with its views into the National War Memorial and with some green spaces.
Questions?
That's the answer you just gave is your submission, your position of your client. How does that equate with the notice of submission that was lodged by your client? And the reason I asked that is not a trick question. It's just that you said that the position of your clients has fluctuated over time on this issue. What was the relief that was sought in the notice of submission by Mr. Broadmore and the body corporate for El Casino Apartments?
That the view shaft should remain.
That it should remain.
Yeah.
Without alteration.
Yeah. And let's not remain forever is our submission. Our submission is that whilst that might suit some of the residents of the apartment building, you know, that there's a greater community need here for green spaces in Te Aro. And coincidentally, the only properties that might be able to be afforded to enable that to occur are under this view shaft 21 in Jesse Street. Once they go, then it becomes really difficult to put a park into Te Aro.
So what I'm hearing, Mr. Gordon, is that even though, for whatever reason, there's been compromises of the view shaft in the past, particularly in terms of its central alignment, there's been a benefit in terms of how it's dealt with buildings to its periphery, such as Jesse Street, and that's something that you and your clients support.
Yeah, well, the Jesse Street buildings that I'm referring to are smack underneath view shaft 21.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If possible, just 2 points of clarification if it helps. I just want to note with the change in location of the alternative view shaft, it was not only that development compromised the view in the long run of the view shaft, but it was also that vegetation had grown into the view shaft because the location is actually behind the Carillion on the steps of the National War Memorial. It's not under or at the Carillion at the moment, it's behind it. So that was one aspect of moving forward to Tomb of the Unknown Warrior. The second I just want to clarify is that I did engage with Mana Whenua, both under clause 3 before it was notified. They had no problems with removing it, nothing was raised, and also they did not submit on the chapter either Ngāti Toa or Taranaki Whānui. So I just want to say that that has been done and there was no concerns raised.
I was going to ask about trees, looking at the photograph, which would have been taken. There are some trees on the, well, more than the periphery on the side. So I was going to ask about that in terms of what does the view shaft look like now from this?
You have to really go and stand there and have a look. Yeah. The trees certainly don't appear to have been pruned and able to at any stage to prevent their growth into the view shaft. And in terms of consultation with mana whenua, that hasn't happened in relation to the recommended alternative, as far as I know. That's right. No. In the interests of getting Mr. Castle to a flight he has to catch, can we move to him at this stage so that he can say what he needs to say and then perhaps leave us to it? If you don't mind. Thank you.
That's all. We have read your submissions, but more than happy to talk to it.
Kia ora koutou. Ka tira. Ko moko tauku maunga o rongo toko awa. Ko te herenga waka o te turi Wikitoria e te whanganui a tara toko marae. Ko te whanganui a tara toko Kāinga. Ko Ngāti Wikitoria, Ngāti Pākehā, whāngai Ngāti Haua toko iwi. Ko Timothy Castle toko ingo e roe e tauira o te rea Māori hoki. Nō reira a tēnā koutou. E rangatira mā tēnā koutou, e nā mana, e nā reo, e nā karangatanga maha a tēnā koutou. E kaupapa whakahere I tēnei wā, hei take whakahere I te wā nei, nō reira a tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā rā tātou katoa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I prefer that I stand for the purposes of my pepeha and my mihi whakatau to you. I'm quite happy to sit down again now if that's easier, but I'm also comfortable to stand. Thank you. I do have an aeroplane to catch for a historical grievance treaty of Waitangi settlement negotiation hui I have in Taumaranui tomorrow. And Taumaranui is quite a difficult place to get to from Wellington. Some people travel to Hamilton and then down, and others of us travel to Taupo and drive across. And if you've never done that before, I would highly recommend the journey from Taupo to Taumaranui. Through the Waituhi saddle, where on a beautiful morning you can actually see Mount Taranaki to the west and Mount Ruapehu immediately on your left, with Tongariro and Ruapehu. I speak to support the submission that Learned Council has made, which is that there be a pause now in this process to ensure two things. One, that the network, the Green Network plan about which I seen you and called to the court, Mr. Broadmore, will speak. For that reason, and for the second reason, which I referred to in my evidence, which is that there be a very comprehensive communication and discussion with iwi hapu Māori about not only the proposal at the get-go that the view shaft should be, I'm going to say, done away with. That's not particularly technical, I accept that. And in a moment or two, I'll come on to the fact that we have felt a responsibility also, in addition to the objection which is made by the body corporate, we felt a responsibility also to address the compromise proposal. So I speak to support the thrust of my friend's submissions, and to the extent that in any way I can assist, particularly in the second of those processes, with communication and hui and kōrero with iwi hapu, I would be very happy to do so. I have had the privilege of being 12 years a member of the Waitangi Tribunal. For nearly 4 decades, I have committed to kaupapa Māori all around the motu, all around the country. in excess at any given moment of 80% of my professional work is with and for iwi and hapu Māori everywhere. So it is true to say that although for the body corporate and for me, there was an initial trigger to give some careful thought to the impact the view shaft or abandonment of the view shaft would have on those of us who are members of the body corporate and owners of apartments in El Casino. The perspective I bring now is far more of a wider, or broader, but a deeper perspective. And what how that manifested is a combination of the many Anzac Day ceremonies I've attended at Pukeahu and at the Carillion and at the Tomb of the Unknown Warrior, as I have also at the Cenotaph, and as many of you will have. But also, there are at least 8 iwi engaged in the mana whenua, mana moana, and the rohi of the top of the South Island and the bottom of the North Island. And that includes Te Atiawa and Ngāti Toa. And here, Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa are mana whenua, and they have their tangata whenua here. I don't speak for them, but I know them. And I have worked for probably 15 years with both those iwi here and at the top of the South Island, and Ngāti Toa likewise. Now, the approach I advocate for the second reason why there should be a pause. We're well beyond consultation as it used to be called in the old days. We are now engaged in direct communication and discussion with iwi hapu Māori. Consultation, not that it would be for you, too often becomes just a ticking the box exercise. I don't use the word consultation now. I use the word collaboration. And I'm not frightened by co-governance either, by the way, but I don't want that to be a distraction. If we understand what lies behind these beautiful plaques, which are attached to my evidence, from Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa, if we actually understand the significance of the Te Reo Māori there, you will see this reference to Kāhui Maunga. Now that's a reference to Mount Taranaki, to Mount Ruapehu, and to I'd say the third of the trilogy, which is Tongariro. Now that's not to exclude Ngārahoe. Forgive me if I'm taking too long.
No, I'm not just open to not Cookwood would be preferable to Ngārahoe.
Carl, the Kāhui Maunga, the Mount Taranaki is a boy. Mount Ruapehu and the Tongariro are both wahine. Between the boy Taranaki and the wahine, so the Tāne, Taranaki, the wahine, Ruapehu and Tongariro, there's another mountain, Hikurangi. There's another Hikurangi, by the way, north of Tairāwhiti, Gisborne. But this Hikurangi is not far from the Waituhi Saddle, and Hikurangi is still the mountain which prevents Taranaki from seeking to snuggle up to Ruapehu and Tongariro. Now, that's the significance of the reference to Kāhui Maunga in these beautiful plaques. And the rest of the Te Reo Māori, as well as the English, notes that this is a wāhi-tapu. Pukeahu means sacred place, but wāhi-tapu is the generic term for places of special significance. If for no other reason, the existence of these plaques from Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa demonstrates the need for a really close consideration of their views about the view shaft which existed for the pioneer Māori battalion in 1915 and which was designed and contemplated from 1919 and as Mr. Broadmore and Council have noted, came to be in 1932. Iwi hapu Māori must be approached to see what might be their views about a view shaft. From where and to there, where their remembrance plaques are established. In the garden alongside, and incidentally, I do not agree with the proposition, and even in the material in the revised view shaft proposal, I do not agree that the Pohutukawa has in any way compromised the view shaft. Quite the contrary. Nowhere in the material that I've read, perhaps most particularly in the material that includes figure 11 and figure 13, the material that we talked about, nowhere do I see in any of the evidence relied on by the City Council and presented to you, is there a reference, a single reference to what might be the considered view of iwi hapu about what's proposed. We are now in an environment, and I'm talking over 3 decades of a privilege of working in this area. We are now in an environment where we do not pay lip service to the views and interests of iwi hapu Māori. We're long past that time, and yet nowhere do I see that those views have been sought. Not is there a single reference. There should be a pause for that reason alone, in my respectful view. I'm happy to respond to any questions that might be. There might be, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I advocate the pause for that purpose and for Mr. Broadmore's purposes, and I'm in your hands. Kia ora koutou.
Any questions? I will say that we are under, Mr. Gordon will know this, time pressures in terms of the legislation we're working under the enabling specification one. We basically have to, our reports done and dusted by Christmas in order to go through the council processes in the new year. At the 20th of March deadline. So in terms of timing, pausing, there are some mistakes there.
Easy. Keep view shaft 21 as an interim measure, and if they, once these issues are resolved, a tidy plan change can revert to what's promoted by the urban designers.
Yeah, I have a question of clarification on that, Mr. Gordon, and thank you, Mr. Castle, for your presentation. Keep 21 in terms of the operative district plan or the proposed notified plan. And I appreciate they're probably very similar, but there has been a little bit of a paradigm shift in terms of the approach under the notified plan to developments that infringe the view shaft.
I tried to read that material, I think, as recently as last night, but there was so much red ink, I got lost somewhere in it. But I think we're moving, activity status is what I got a sniff of. And do I take it from that the activity status is more constrictive in terms of intrusions? Is that the intention?
I'm going to have to defer to Ms. Stevens on this.
Yeah, no, that's a fair.
There has been, I don't know that this was one of the, as notified, this was one of the, was this a iconic or a local view shaft?
Just to clarify, it wasn't in the schedule because it came through the 42A. So I didn't notify the alternative view shaft.
Okay, of course.
I think,
And those terms weren't used
but yeah,
in the operative plan, were
I think
they?
I have said in my 42, I'd have to go back and check, but I did recommend, I think either in the 42 or the rebuttal, that it should be category 1 or iconic.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure,
Okay.
but I actually have to check that.
So just to make sure I'm clear on that, Ms. Stevens, there was no such categorisation or no categorisation that affected activity status in the operative plan. That's a new construct in the proposed plan.
Correct.
And you've usually brought in the category 1 and category 2 comments to represent iconic or local. But the proposed plan does differentiate in terms of activity status between a restricted discretionary and a fully discretionary. So view shaft 21, if it was retained, would be any infringement would be a fully discretionary activity. Is that correct?
Just want to confirm that. I can get back to the panel today to let you know in terms of on the top of my head whether I recommended local or iconic.
Okay. I thought I heard you just say.
I think it's iconic, but I just want to check that. Adam can check for me. One moment.
So there's some background for you if you followed that. So there is a activity status change. That's one of the paradigm shifts.
Yeah.
The other potential paradigm shift, and I'm not sure I've got my head around it completely, Mr. Gordon, is the difference between intrusions and buildings within the extent of the view shaft. So, you know, it could be argued that a building at the end of the focal point is now captured by the rule, whereas it was buildings between the start point and the focal point in the past that were captured. But there might be a subtle, I'm not whether that's a correct explanation of it, but that's something that Mr. Winchester grappled with in his legal opinion and assessing the paradigm shift. So certainly the activity status is probably the principal change, yes. And that's why I asked you the question about operative versus proposed, verse 42A recommendation. And you're saying you're suggesting that you'd like to see the operative view shaft retained.
That's what I'm suggesting.
However, that might be done.
Because the imperative is where the floor of the view shaft is.
Yeah.
If the floor is 11 stories up in the air, then that's not going to serve the green network plan. You know, providing the opportunity in terms of what is currently available. And when I say available, may be available, because undeveloped sites are obviously much more readily obtainable for green spaces than recently developed sites.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't understand the relief.
Thank you.
The only other question I've got is what other protection there is of the Wahitahupu site with the tomb, other than view shaft protection. I mean, is it for example, Ms. Stevens, is it a site of significance to Murray? Mr. McCutcheon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So there is a site and area of significance being a Pukeahu Pa, I think it is. I can have a look on the plan. Dot, and then a buffer area around it, located to the north of the Carillon on the flat. Not the wider, the entire area as it was is not identified as a site and area of significance.
Mr. McCutcheon, can you recall the dimension of the buffer area to the north from that point?
I believe the buffer area, the dimension is 50 metres, and it's located. We can get it up on the screen if you would like in terms of where it's located. I can assist Jazz.
Maybe just while Mr. McCutcheon's doing that, if I can provide clarity. So in paragraph 46 of my supplementary evidence for hearing stream 3, I just respond to the evidence from Mr. Raymond, Heritage New Zealand. And I note that at one point not clarified in my view shaft section 42A is whether this newly proposed view shaft alternative is considered to be iconic and landmark or not. And I note that I consider that the proposed view shaft does not fit the definition of iconic and landmark and is more akin to the citywide view shaft listed in view shaft S1. I note that unlike other view shaft listed as iconic and landmark, which focus on iconic buildings or landmarks like Parliament, St Gerard's, or Soames Island, Martino Soames Island, the focal element of the alternative is on the Western Hills. So that's why I put it as a local or category 2.
We have the image of the proposed district plan and the location of that site and area of significance on the screens.
That doesn't include the plaque, or does it? That buffer area or the area?
It does.
It
Mr.
does.
Castle?
I'm sure that it does.
Yes, it does.
It's a subsidiary point about, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, go ahead,
But
please.
I'm sure it does. And it is interesting in the Pātu Wata context of PAR sites. The buffer zones are considered an integral part of the PAR site. I mean, actually, that's relatively logical. I've also spoken to the officer from Heritage New Zealand who was extremely helpful, but he made it clear, and it doesn't say in the material that my friend has referred to, he's not speaking for iwi hapu Māori when he says what he says about something that's iconic. And we need to be really careful about that sort of thing. If I may have the liberty of just making one other observation, when C Company 28th Māori Battalion sailed from Te Whanganui-a-Tara and returned actually on the Dominion Monarch in 1946, what was visible from the harbour was Pukeahu, was the Carillion. So a view shaft, of course, has 2 dimensions. The dynamics of it include looking seaward, described in the material as northward. I understand that. But the other dimension to it is the view from the western escarpment and from the harbour, looking back up to the Carillion.
Mr. Castle, we certainly understand that.
Yeah.
That point's been well made by you and Mr. Gordon, but the point's also been made by Ms. Popova and Ms. Stephen that as it stands, the operative view shaft is compromised in places, and I think you've acknowledged that. And the benefit has really been the protection of properties in Jesse Street. So, and we've seen that photo, which was taken, what, 10, 15 years ago, more, the trees have grown even more, the degree of obscuring from natural elements has increased, and then of course the developments like the Century building have affected the view both out and in. So I guess what I'm trying to understand and trying to balance Ms. Popova's evidence and Ms. Stevens' position against what I'm hearing from you in terms of the need to protect views that are already to some extent compromised. Are we wanting a better colloquial term? Are we flogging a dead horse here?
Well, thank you. I completely respect and understand the kind of balance you're looking for and the nature of the inquiry for that purpose. And I'm hoping we're contributing to that inquiry and trying to find the right balance. And I've just sensed we need to be careful even with the word compromise. And I've read that, of course, in the material.
Your own council used the term.
I know. And well, when I say I know, I've read that council used that term, and I'm not sure it's the right term because it cannot be correct. And time doesn't stand still. We know that, but we absolutely have to understand the past in order to better prepare for and find a balance for the future.
Yeah.
So I'm advocating caution with proposition that the view shaft has been so compromised that it can't retain an integrity anyway. I don't accept that. It may be refined, it may be altered, there are a number of adjectives that we could use, but they're not necessarily, and on scrutiny, I do not think they are correctly described as a compromise,
Okay,
justifying
understand that.
doing away with it.
Can I ask you a slightly different question then? Acknowledging that there is some protection of the, as shown on the map with the dot point and the buffer of the physical attributes of the site of significance to Murray, and acknowledging the public ownership in terms of property around there, what additional protection would the view shaft provide to that Wahitahu site that's not already provided through what Mr. McCutcheon's already described in terms of the rules of affecting the SASM?
This is not to, thank you for the question. This is not to suggest that because something is a little elusive, it therefore doesn't have, is not worthy of preservation or doesn't have substance. There is a wairua at this wahitapu. There is a spirit attaching to the wahitapu, as there is to most wahitapu, and it does depend on a disposition as to whether you feel it, whether you experience it. That is the case, even if you're looking at it from the harbour to the Carillion, or you're at the Carillion, or in the garden, or even when you're on the top of Aras Tunnel. If you sense it, if you feel it, it's part of the spiritual place that it is. And it might be that on a proper investigation with iwi hapu, there would be a legitimate position for them to take, that you have to preserve what you've got in order to maintain the wairua that currently exists, even if there may have been some changes. Okay. So the best way to approach it is to protect against undermining everything that accompanies it as a wahitapu.
So not just the physical, the association.
Absolutely.
As well.
Yes, absolutely.
Understand what you're saying.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I've got a question for Mr. Gordon, but I'm quite conscious that Mr. Castle needs to get away, and we haven't heard from Mr.
Well, you've been very courteous, thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions, Mr. Castle?
Thank you.
Free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
I think I heard you say, sir, that you had a question for the council.
I'll reserve it until the end because it's a bit of a wrap-up question. Where do we go to now?
Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi mahana.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my statement. I want to apologise for the absence of my wife Juliet, who was formerly and that's formally an objector as well. She's a submitter. She did not tell her that. She's indisposed. She's got long COVID and she can't withstand more than an hour or so of this sort of stuff. One thing I want to get out of the way quite quickly is the change of emphasis that people have mentioned between the original objections that were put in and our stance today. And when we bought our apartment about 4 years ago, I went into the question of the view shaft, and I concluded that that consent could be granted for intrusions into the view shaft, and that was a risk that we had to take. At the same time, I knew, or thought I knew, that the site that was, as I thought, being protected by the view shaft was of extraordinary national significance, and that any intrusion into that view shaft would be reluctantly given. But we always recognised that it was on the cards. And so perhaps you can understand then that as soon as we heard about the proposed change in the plan, we thought, well, we've got to move on this. But the more I went into the historical background of the Carillion and the Pukeahu area, the more I became both astonished and embarrassed about what had happened. This has been a personal journey for me, and in my formal statement, I referred to my family connections, both with the First World War and the Second World War, and the sorry, I tear up about this, I'm afraid. My father set sail in January 1940 as part of the second New Zealand Expeditionary Force, and came back from Crete 18 months later, seriously wounded. And he came back to Wellington too, and my mother, in each case, travelled from Te Kuiti, I think it was, down to Wellington to farewell him and to greet him. Now, that's my personal story, but that's the personal story of so many of us in New Zealand. Everybody can repeat one that is of similar intensity. So I won't say that I put on the back burner our personal issues about the view shaft, but I came increasingly to see that there was a real public issue here which I felt needed to be investigated. Now at this point, I just want to endorse Christopher Finlayson's statement, which is before you. And I want to make 3 points about the significance of the Carillion area. The first is this. I mentioned in my written statement that the biggest bell in the Carillion is engraved with words Reo Wairua. I think that means the words of the spirit. It signifies, I suggest, that the notes of the bell carry meaning, which must in turn engage the purpose and function of the National War Memorial. Those words are a powerful reminder of the spiritual significance of the complex. Second point is this: we have not done justice in Wellington or New Zealand to those who have fallen or served in wars. Look at what's been done elsewhere. I mentioned Canberra and Melbourne in my written submissions. The thought of those magnificent memorials being intruded on by routine city development is unthinkable. I also mention the Vietnam Memorial in Washington, DC, and the New Zealand Memorial in Hyde Park in London. Compared with these, our National War Memorial is hidden away. The noble plateau envisaged by the Prime Minister, Mr. Massey, in 1919, now overlooks the back end of town. And it's by doing away with this view shaft, there's the possibility of it being further hemmed in by no doubt undistinguished apartment blocks and so forth. It's not just a national issue either. On the Pukeahu lawn, there are monuments from other countries, primarily, of course, Australia and the United States. What the citizens of those countries who have themselves erected monuments here, what they think, we can only imagine. And the third point I wanted to make about this is that what I find particularly troubling is that there's no acknowledgement by council officers of the historic significance of the National War Memorial and what it means and signifies today. the writer of the section 42A, or is it 42AA report, and I think that might be Ms. Sander, refers to the Tomb of the Unknown Warrior, the Carillon, and the Hall of Memories as though they were structures devoid of any meaning or significance, just that they were structures of a particular height and bulk and situated in a particular place, and of no importance to real people. Another council officer gave us the main reason for deleting the view shaft, that the museum had closed and the view shaft had been compromised by a number of substantial intrusions. Well, there are a number of things that I could say about that sort of approach, but I think it's unworthy, an unworthy one to be put forward. The phrase "lest we forget" has been forgotten, it seems. Amnesia has taken its place. Those who do not remember the past are destined to relive it. And I'm sorry if that sounds forceful. It's honestly the way that I have felt about it. Now, moving on from there, I accept that we cannot unwind the past. Century City has been built. Sol Apartments and another one just across the road from us have been built. But what has happened has given the community the opportunity to do something which I think is worthwhile, and not just because we live next door to it. Let's assume that a park was established in the area we've been talking about. Well, I wouldn't mind betting that the skateboard park was under our windows. So that's a chance that we have to take. The Green Network Plan gives all the reasons that need to be put forward for the benefits of urban green space. And it's a Green Network Plan. And in my written submissions, I set out a couple of quotations from that. I'll just go through them quickly because I'm not sure that they've made the final cut on my submissions. As I'm my own secretary, I could well have missed something out. But at page 15 of the Green Network Plan, they say this: as the capital city, Wellington incorporates national institutions and associated significant public spaces, such as those associated with Parliament, Te Papa and Pukeahu. These are stories of this place and its people. They can be used to enhance its identity. Views from public places to key city landmarks are recognised and maintained due to their regional, national and or international significance, all of which applies. There is little evidence that the council has taken account of these principles, which it has itself articulated in the Green Network Plan. I'm aware through other work that I've done that there's been an enormous amount of work done internationally on the value of parks to urban communities, to the health, the emotional health of the populations, carbon sinks and all manner of things. These are all canvassed in the Green Network Plan. I simply draw your attention to those. I'm sure that you have them on board anyway. But what that emphasises and what's said in the Green Network Plan is that in the light of the huge population increase which is foreseen for Te Aro Flat and the Wellington CBD, there is a need for green developments. In a recent news item welcoming the what it seems likely proposed little pocket park on the corner of Taranaki Street and Frederick Street, it was said that it was proposed that there be 2 parks in that area, which I take to be the East Tiaro between Taranaki Street and Cambridge Terrace, and this was one of them. Well, what we have the opportunity for now is to find a spot for the second one. I've walked all around that area and trying to be dispassionate about it. There's no better site. It's centrally located in the area. It's quite a long step from Glover Park, which is on the other side of Taranaki Street and is much smaller. There's room there for a proper urban park to be developed with playgrounds and gardens and trees and a place for carers to look at their children and that sort of thing, and a skateboard park, no doubt. I have struggled to see any other place in that area where there's the land available in the sense of low-rise buildings erected on it. And if it could be protected in the way that we've been discussing, then it would have to take its chances, of course, about whether that was the right place for a park. All sorts of things would be taken into account. I've mentioned the subsoil, that might be a relevant factor. It may be that it didn't make the cut, but from what I have seen, there's no better place for a park, and I think that the area should be protected by continuation of View Shaft 21 until that possibility has been explored. And of course, I'd make the direct comment that the problem with the proposed settlement is that there's no allowance for public open space. If you look at figure 11 on page 34 that we were looking at before, there's a rather horrible set of blocks of apartment buildings leavened only by the streets. Now, if that's what intensifying the population looks like, well, put it this way, I don't think anybody agrees with that. A green park in the middle of that would at least help. I think that's all that I have to say, sir.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Broadmore? Well articulated, thank you very much. I am aware of one of our commissioner panel needs to catch a flight herself soon, so we'll kind of try to wrap it up fairly soon if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, I hadn't realised that.
That's all right. No, that's fine. I'll keep an eye on it.
Well, I have nothing further to add to what's been said and what I've put in writing. But it's been a useful discussion. I think we've got out what we needed to get out.
I think we do have one wrap-up question.
Well, yeah, if you don't mind, I'll be brief. I guess position's clear. I think the relief is clear, although I'd like to see the submission notice at some stage. We can see that themselves, and because presumably the submission was opposing the absence of the view shaft in the proposed plan, given it wasn't carried over. Is that correct? And was seeking that it should be included.
It was, look, I haven't brought them with me, which is poor preparation, I accept. But I understand from memory that the submissions were opposing the deletion of the view shaft through the PDP process.
Yeah, well, that's another way of putting it, Mr. Gordon. Yeah. In other words, it was opposing the non-presence of the view shaft, the absence of the view shaft in the proposed plan as compared to the operative plan.
Correct.
Yeah, and it was presumably seeking the inclusion of the view shaft as it appears in the operative plan into the proposed plan.
That's right.
Okay, and you're categorical that that was the situation. Because that's, it's an important scope consideration.
Look, being categorical is a dangerous game when you haven't got the writing in front of you, but I'll provide it.
Yeah. I don't know the
before
answer.
5
I'm
o'clock.
giving you the benefit
Yeah,
of the doubt.
yeah, no, I understand. You're not trying to.
Okay, Mr.
What's
Chief,
that?
you're right. Okay. The only question that I have is, do you believe that you've presented an evidential basis to support that relief? You've asked us to pause for 2 reasons: for further investigation of the Wāhi Tapu, but also to perhaps let the green plan settle. And you've said that in that time there needs to be a comprehensive 32 AA assessment. Where's the evidence? What evidence are you pointing us to for that? I mean, for example, and is the view shaft on itself going to enable the green network to occur? Is the view shaft going to reduce protection of the Wāhi Tapu site that's not already afforded through the SASM areas? So the other questions that are weighing on the panel's mind at this point.
If I can just step in, I'll just check the original submission. And one of the matters I believe was we are seeking to have the current view shaft, VS21 from Te Aro to the National Wall Royal Carillon, retained in this district plan.
Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah.
Thanks.
The question is about the evidential basis and the Section 32 assessment, which you've chosen not to bring in an urban designer and a planner.
We haven't chosen not to bring in an urban designer. I can tell you anecdotally that we couldn't find one who wasn't prepared, who was prepared to oppose anything Wellington City Council was doing. Literally couldn't find an urban designer who didn't have an existing or imagined conflict of interest.
Okay, in case that came across bad, I didn't mean to be, I wasn't critical.
Yeah, no.
What's in front of us?
We tried. We tried very hard. Look, secondly about evidence, it's not a matter of putting up an opposing expert opinion. It's a matter also of evaluating the expert opinions that have been put up and identifying what is missing from them. And that's what we say that Dr. Zamani and Ms. Popova have not addressed. They haven't addressed the holistic value of the existing view shaft in terms of 2 things. One, the spirituality of the Carillon itself, the Wāhi Tapu elements, just been glossed over. Secondly, they haven't come at it from the perspective of an MPS UD well-functioning environment with green spaces and what the contribution to that might be if this view shaft was retained.
Sure. Okay, I understand.
Because they weren't briefed to do that, you see. That's why they haven't turned their minds to it. And so we say what's missing is also evidence. It's evidence of what hasn't been put before you. And therefore you should treat that as what you could. It's your assessment, obviously, not mine, but can you be certain, can you be sufficiently comfortable with what you've got?
I had to ask that question because I needed to understand your position.
I totally appreciate that. Yeah, no, I'm grateful for it.
And that's all.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused about why this matters in the wrap-up hearing and not in hearing stream 3 about 3 or 4 months ago. Can anybody enlighten me?
I think to help assist with that response, I believe one of your witnesses or presenters couldn't come in hearing stream 3 because of bereavement, I think. And then I think some evidence was lodged recently and it was directed that it could be heard, presented in this hearing.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct.
One for the officers, really, as
I'm just, conscious of what I've heard, and I just want to understand whether you think that iwi would have envisaged a change of that nature. Like, I wasn't involved in view shafts at all, so I might have this wrong, but so would it be fair to assume that they could have envisaged a change from what was notified and what came through submissions and the change that's been recommended, considering the relationship they have with that area? Do you think that they could have fairly envisaged that change?
So just to check, they being mana whenua?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. So the alternative did come through the 42A as, I guess, a response to submissions raised, noting mana whenua didn't do a submission.
Yeah.
I would note as well, though, that just for some context, noting what I've heard today, that I did address correspondence with mana whenua in my section 32 report on view shafts. So nothing was raised through that. We worked with Jade Wakara on behalf of Conduit with mana whenua, noting that there seemed to be general support for the chapter, and that there was no suggested changes to the list of view shafts or any changes from ODP to the proposed plan. I mean, in terms of that specific change, correct, it hasn't been engaged with, and it's probably a consideration depending on any recommendation from the panel to have those conversations with mana whenua going forward, whatever ends up in decisions. But I just note that there wasn't any concern raised about either a view shaft from the Carillion, so the one in question now, being removed, or the view shaft up Victoria Street to the Carillion. I think that's worth noting that this submission and no submission was raised about that view shaft being removed, which was about halfway up Tory Street to Pukeahu. So I just note that there was 2 view shafts removed, but that was mostly because what was in the view, and also you had to go quite far up Tory Street to actually see Pukeahu. But yes, I acknowledge no, because it was in the 42.
So you rely on what was in the 42 for them to be aware of the change. Would that be correct?
Correct. More than happy to do further engagement though.
And I guess what I'm just struggling with is a change to a view shaft that includes a SASM. That's how it is, isn't it? The SASM is actually within the view shaft.
So the view shaft alternative that I put forward is from the 2
million. No, I'm talking about the existing one in the ODP.
Existing one, yes, would come through.
And so the change doesn't include it, is it? Or it does?
It's changed in base, so I just want to clarify that point. So the view shaft location has changed, and also the dimension, so base, margins, for example. So what was balanced approach of this alternative was to set it higher. So technically kind of within the base goes above what would be the site in area of significance. So it wouldn't run through it, so to speak. The view shaft doesn't encapsulate it, it's set above it. In a 2D sense, yeah. So I think my latest view shaft view kind of explains the difference between the 2D and the 3D, and that's in my further memo.
So you're saying that a wahi tapu is a flat surface, it's not?
Oh, sorry, that's a very good point. I just meant it doesn't run along kind of the ground margins, if that makes sense. But
if fully acknowledge at a 2D, it would incorporate the SASM.
I appreciate that, yes, and acknowledge fully the spirituality perspective of it as well. So I'm not taking away from that.
No, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just trying to clarify the situation in my mind.
Yes, and
how it is. Yeah,
I think as well, kind of from my perspective, just being the topic like just for view shafts and Mr. McCutcheon for sites and areas significant.
Sure.
It's never been raised that connection, I guess. But yeah, we'll just point to my 30.
But in a 2D sense, having not being responsible for the topic or seeing the map, where the tomb of the unknown warrior is, the fan would go straight over the top of the site and area of significance. So in a 2D sense, it sits within it, as is the case now. But as is the case now under the operative plan settings, the base is higher so that it doesn't really have any effect on top of that site and area of significance itself, only to the north in the foreground as in the view shaft controls doing their function essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably the closest tangible connection for me is that it would work in unison in terms of protection if the alternative view shaft is taken forward or the operative brought in. I also note there that as I mentioned in my 42A report, there is a sunlight control, so that's hearing stream 4, but the city centre zone standard 6 maintains a sunlight protection of all development within the proximity of the Pukeahu. So that helps to maintain that sunlight access to the park. So actually there would be a stepped height anyway because of that sunlight control. But yeah, just worth noting that. Yep.
Thank you.
Gordon, thank you, Mr. Broadmore. Mr. JD. And with that, I will conclude the hearing, the wrap-up hearing, and the final hearing for the IPI provisions. Thanks you everybody for attending and helping the running of hearings efficiently and for taking the time to help us understand what the issues are and to find a way forward. So with that, we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.